Good evening, everybody. Welcome to final table action in the Jackstar Super High Roller. Jordan Bromley, joined by Nikki Pickering. Nikki, how are we going?
How are you?
Played down to 9. We started today at 38, I believe, from a
Yes.
field that started with 1,477 total entries. These guys playing for a first place prize of $384,090 plus that 100K invitational ticket. They've currently locked themselves up a touch over 30,000, 30,720, but they're all going to be thinking about the prize up top as Daniel wakes up with the pocket queens, decides just to rip them, not going to do anything fancy, no min raising, no nothing, to run it immediately.
I love just the rip.
You don't want to try and induce a worse hand to come along to find a regen?
13 big blinds. Final table, you come out strong. Just open with a rip.
Open with a bang. Looks like Morgan's going to ask for a count.
Let them know I'm not here to mess around. I'm not here to... Have you heard of... Can we swear?
No, but I know what you're going to say.
Spiders?
Those lucky spiders. It'll be the best 5 seconds of their life. You haven't heard the addition to it, have you?
Absolutely not.
No, neither has that spider.
Sadly.
Blinds at 400k, 800k. If you guys have any questions in the chat, feel free to send them through and let me know who you're cheering. Currently looking at the top of the screen, it looks like the chip lead is firmly with Troy Sweet, 32 big blinds. Richard Borganon, 21 million, second place. Doesn't look like Quinton, who had all of the chips here earlier, was able to maintain that stack. He was eliminated just before our final table.
I did see him with his payout slip. He looked reasonably happy with his efforts, I suppose.
No doubt a little bit disappointed that he wasn't able to get to the FT, but Kangaroo Rider says backing Troy Sweet, not because he's the biggest stack, because he's genuinely played very, very well. I can't disagree with you. Troy has really kind of made himself known to the fields here at the APL Mill. Forced to be reckoned with, or maybe that was his brother, or maybe it's both of them. They've both played fantastically. As Troy, with the ace-8 suited, may consider just zipping it in on these guys, as nobody can really be doing much calling as long as Antonio is so short. And he does just jam. I like this jam. We've seen this from Troy time and time again. He knows that these guys are not going to be able to be putting it in wide. And of course, nobody wakes up with anything here. He's going to take himself up to 27 million.
Nice little pickup.
Jackie Thorby on Facebook cheering on Hamish Crawshaw. There's a look at our payouts. Top 4 players are going to take home more than 6 figures.
6 figures is sexy.
Quite a lot of money up for grabs out in the field right now. You may see all of the tables in the background on some of the angles. We've got a flight of the main event underway. Flight number 8. Still 2 to go tomorrow. We also have the mini high roll. As I checked, there's over 600 entries. Did I have that right?
Yes, as was the main event. So I think we'd be close to, if not over 2,000 total entries across the 8 flights.
And do you think it's pretty comfortable that tomorrow we're going to get more than 1,000 to crack the 3K mark?
Absolutely.
I have no doubt that is what will happen.
There's a couple of bullets yet to be fired that I'm aware of out there. So
Okay,
there's definitely... I think 6 is the number.
6 is the number.
6 bullets is the number.
Oh, really?
I think that's how many Amin fired last year.
Right.
There is someone out there with his bullets ready to go.
Action around to Chang Yun in the small blind. 7 at Rich. Jason Brander says, most players pretty short in terms of BBs, and you are 100% correct. Getting a look at the average with 9 stacks left. Doesn't seem to be too good. I think the average stack is around 150 starting stacks, which is around 12 million. Getting a look at that, that looks to be around 15 blinds. Plenty of guys below that, as we see Shang Yun just trying to limp the Jack 7 off. Richard's 10-5. Is he going to allow a flop to be seen, or is he going to want to try and take it down immediately?
Depends how much of that Red Bull he's had already, I would say.
Well, he's not hovering, so no wings developed yet. Baked Donut asking, is this the final? Yes, this is the final table. Players remaining. We were almost at 8 players. Hamish Crawshaw had a decision just before to potentially eliminate Shang Yun Huang, but decided to fold the ace-4 offsuit.
Going to see a flop.
We are going to see a flop. Heads up we go. Queen 9 deuce rainbow. Nothing for either of these guys. That jack high is still the best hand, but whoever is first to fire at this one will be the one to take it away. And if Shang Yun checks, Richard will have that opportunity.
Can't really put Richard on a queen here.
Mighty Bud Powell said, can you sue Red Bull if you don't get win? I've tried.
Sounds like the guy that wanted the jet from Pepsi.
Yeah.
Have you seen that?
Yeah. Like, there was a company, there was a students that actually sued Ribena because they did a study and found out that Ribena claimed that it had more vitamins, but it actually didn't.
Oh.
So, womp womp.
Wah, wah.
Shang Yun takes that one down. Couple of hands in, getting a look at our chip counts. Troy up in the lead. The only player north, 20 million. Antonio Cerame wanting to try and spin something up. 4.5 blinds. Anything is possible. Amy reckons that Troy is going to win. Plenty of support for Troy. Let me know who you guys are. A couple of people cheering on Hamish. A couple of people cheering on Troy as well.
I'm just reviewing the outfits. That's what I'm here for.
What's the best outfit, do you think?
I mean, the bucket hats have been done. I'm sorry, we can't do it. There is a party shirt. We don't mind a party shirt. But there is a great shirt. There is a sparkly hoodie, I think.
The more parties, the better.
Absolutely.
7 raised, 1.6.
1.6 from Troy with the ace-10 offsuit.
How much sleep do you think these guys are operating on? Day after day. It's hard to wind down after you play.
At least 3 hours.
Oof.
But I don't think it's much more than that. Jake Whittam cheering on Rich. Higher wattage. No more tanking from Timon. Yeah, it's not happening anymore. Shang Yun getting cheered for. Baked Donut reckons Troy is a force to be reckoned with. That's folding around to Ricardo Bono. Queen 9 suited. Probably going to be a mandatory defend. Let's see what he decides to do. Jolene Deary is asking, which states are the players from? Unfortunately, I don't have that info. I know that Hamish is not even from a state in Australia, originated in England.
Choice.
Queen 9, are we going to see a defend? Yes, we are. To a flop we go. $9 million behind. Much more out there. Ace, King, Deuces, or Troy. Ricardo just down to 6%. Nikki's struggling with her chair.
Just realised I don't have...
Would you like a different cushion?
No, I'm okay.
There's a high chair over there. Do you want that?
7 bet.
I'll need it soon. It's hard to reach the microphone when you're 5'1".
So mic elbows are a fantastic thing where you can grab it and push it downwards. I'm serious. Just literally. Is that better?
Wow.
You look uncomfortable.
Yeah. How about now?
You look okay. That looks a bit better.
Okay. All right. We're settling in. This could be a long one, ladies and gentlemen.
I don't know that it will. The average stack in this is relatively short, and the tick up in around 10 minutes time.
Do we need to bust for them to all have healthy stacks? There'll probably be 4 or 5 that will sit out and play with healthy stacks.
So if we think about it, 12 million by 9.
6 fold.
96
7
milli.
fold.
I mean, if 5 people bust, the average stack is going to be...
If 4 people bust or if 5? Okay, let's go with 5.
If 5 people bust, the average stack is going to be around 25 million, which is about 34.
Okay,
Well,
that's
32 bigs.
healthy-ish to make a few more plays than just wait until
But that's
you
if they bust right now.
rip.
That's if they bust immediately.
Well, I think there will be a couple of quickies. Know what I'm saying?
Not really, but fair enough.
8 all in.
Looks like a jam from Morgan puts in the king queen for 9.4 million.
1
A
fold.
touch under that 12 big blind mark that we mentioned. Action folding around to the blinds. Ooh, Ricardo.
2 fold.
King Jack, not even a consideration.
Fold.
Timon also into the muck. Let me do the math for you, Nikki.
You do that.
Need to put some music on, I reckon. Need to turn it up out there. Good chat.
More support for Dennis.
Tell us a story. Can you send? What's everyone up to tomorrow? Playing the main or? I thought you were going to be singing. Huh? I thought you were singing. But you said you wanted to-
I love it. They're already discussing what they're up to tomorrow, aka what tournament are we playing tomorrow. Too many juicy prize pools.
So if 5 players are left,
6 fold.
average stack is 23.6 million, which is less than 30 bigs. Which
So
is
4
still,
players left.
that's with 5.
Yeah.
And with 4, it's...
So I think once we get to the pointy end and there's perhaps 4, then we've got a game on our hands.
Hold on.
But given the blinds are going to go up, when it's at 4, it's still less than 30 bigs. So the cards are just going to come off very quickly. We've had a couple of issues with what's going on with these card readers, but in a moment we'll have a fix for them, I hope.
Did you see the new final table clips? Money clips?
Yes, I did. I saw those ones. Haven't gotten my hands on one of them to actually be able to look at them up close because I haven't made a final table. Maybe one day when I grow up.
Maybe one day.
Okay.
If you're getting warm, because I'm at a nice, pleasant temperature now, so I imagine you might be cooking.
It's warm in here.
Okay.
2 fold. And
Tell you what, I'll turn the temperature up so you don't freeze.
Yeah. That would be super.
Super duper. Timon, King Jack suited in the small blind. Loves a tank.
Loves a tank.
Val in the YouTube chat with potentially a very
4 all in.
unintentionally funny joke asking, hey, Geordie, what's that Alzheimer's joke? I forgot it. That's good. That's really good.
Well played. I tell you, in the ladies' tournament, there's minimal tanking. We just get it done. We don't fluff around. We don't pretend like we're thinking about absolutely diddly squat. We just know what we're doing. Quickly.
And so you just don't want to drag things out at all.
No, I think we're just very efficient. I mean, obviously, when there are pots to think about, sure. But for the most part,
How do you get your?
very efficient.
Right.
Oh, you have to win the main to get on.
See if any of these guys have efficiency on their minds. Of aggressive actions taken, that one. Hamish very quickly letting go of the Queen Jack.
7 fold.
So if you won, and this I might have already asked you, 380,000. However, you cannot answer poker,
Fold.
the wife,
What
property.
wife? You can't answer either of those 3.
You cannot.
Right, I'd probably...
6 1 all in.
showing you jamming 16 bigs with 4s. This is aggro given the way the table looks. Wow. If he gets called here, it's a pretty massive mistake.
4 fold.
If he gets called and busted, it's a massive mistake, should I say. And he's jamming into the chip leaders.
And 6 fold.
No, I don't think anyone's calling.
No, it looks like he's... Wow. Pretty
And that's
aggro.
why you do it.
That's why you do it. If I was to get something I don't really know. I haven't really thought about that. I'd probably just carry on kind of how I'm going and... Oh, I know what I would get. And it's a big splurge item, but it's something that I've always wanted.
Ooh.
Because we were talking just before about being very warm or cold and kind of being temperature. There's a company called 8 Sleep.
Sleep.
Where you can get a mattress cover that has a built-in cooling system.
Wow.
So it's like a mattress cover that goes over the top of your mattress that has a
9 all in.
a system that builds into it that recognizes your body temperature and cools you
I
accordingly.
feel like most
I would
men
get
would need and
One
want
of
this.
one of them for sure, and you can get one that splits the sides.
Yes.
So if your partner or if your significant other,
I would want the warm side.
I want one of them for sure.
I'm
That would be what I would buy. That would improve my sleep tenfold because I sleep horribly. I'm such a bad sleeper.
9's all in.
Looks like another jam going in here. Antonio. Oh, Shang Yun waking up with the ace-9 offsuit,
Yeah.
but Richard behind has ace-king. If Shang Yun finds the rejam here, this is going to be the worst of news. What are we going to see? We did just see him jam 4s. Is this hand good enough to jam? The mask is on. Is he going into attack mode? Another look at the ace-9.
Surely not.
Wow, he passes it up. And whilst it's very tight, it's going to work out for him now. I think he recognizes that Antonio is jamming a relatively wide range, but
8.5.
looks like the isolation comes out from Richard up to 8.5 million.
8.5. 3 fold.
Oh my god, Timon wakes up with ace-king as well.
4 all in.
He rejams.
Absolutely.
Wow.
5 fold. 6 fold.
Obviously, Troy with the 5-4 is out of there.
7 fold.
Richard
Thank you.
is more to call. He's never folding, ever. I mean, yeah, he calls. Cards are on their backs. Ace-king, ace-king. Antonio with a huge spot to potentially stay alive. Jams in the queen-10 offsuit. He's actually the favorite
Yes.
to win this hand. Let's see all 5. Amanda on the mic.
Whew.
4, 10, 2 hearts. No one has a flush.
There's only one other ace.
6 of diamonds.
Needs to fade an ace or a king on the river. And he can. Antonio.
Tony will
Merry Christmas, Tony. Up to 16 bigs. Full triple up.
He's been good this year. Santa is watching.
And I think you're going to be shocked to see that that actually gets him, I think, to either 2nd or 3rd in chips.
Stop it.
That's a ridiculously big spot. No, he gets it up to 13 million. So he's still right in the middle of the pack. But Troy is the only one that is very comfortable now. That pot is going to take Richard down to equal 2nd.
Yeah, see this sparkly hoodie here? Y33T.
Yeet.
Okay.
There's a collection of poker players that are
If
wearing...
you- Are they sparkly?
Yeah, a lady, I can't remember exactly what her name is, but she actually sells them.
Interesting.
Yeah. There's a couple of different people that have been doing poker-related kind of
There's a bit of
fashion
merch
stuff.
out there.
Yeah, a bit of merch. Yeah, it's been very cool.
The one big blind story here.
I'd be down for a Yeet hoodie.
Blinds up from now.
Alex Darby saying, Jordan, are you getting paid for these ad reads? What ad reads? Did I do an ad read?
Oh, for your cooling mattress.
Oh, yeah. No. Tell you what, if any of you buy the $8,000 8 Sleep mattress system, then let me know and I'll reach out to 8 Sleep and try and get a cut.
Or a discount, heavily discounted.
Yeah.
8 Sleep.
Yeah. Maybe I can get their Model 7 Sleep instead.
Maybe we could try it whilst we're streaming.
9
Jesus Christ.
I feel like it's 2 a.m., but it's 7.
1
It's okay. We'll get through it. It's only early.
It's early.
This is the early hours.
Two fold.
You've known about this. You were here last year. You knew what it was like.
I mean, I wasn't in here.
Yes, you were. You were in here bothering us all the time.
I was in here twice. Now I just make regular trips. I was in here more
You
than
were in
twice
here
last
so
year.
many times. You guys are all... Gee, can you let how many times Nikki was in the booth?
There's no way.
It was
that
at
I
least 10 times. At least.
Absolutely not.
It was multiple times a day every day you were here.
Fold. 8 fold.
100%. 100%.
You're dreaming. Tell him he's dreaming.
Troy, 28 million. Everybody else, 15 big blinds or below. It's actually relatively even across the board, so...
Yeesh is all about hyping our people up. Good energy and vibes. That's why Dennis gonna win.
Priscilla, is it you that actually sells the jumpers? I don't want to get that wrong.
Priscilla, pop the link in the chat.
Nila Shark says, this is a sign of things to come. The jokes that will be coming out later. We'll leave the jokes from the other night in shade. Yeah, the jokes are going to... we said some funny jokes the other night.
As in you and I?
No, as in just me.
Oh.
You said jokes, but I said funny jokes.
I don't joke around.
Neither do I. I'm very serious.
Who's got time for small talk?
3 fold.
Just you and I. Right now.
Well, I've got time for tall talk. You're the only one that's doing small talk. here.
Oh. Good things come in small packages, my friend.
See, it's really funny because she's somewhat tall with the heels, and if I keep making jokes, she'll take one of them, kill me with it.
I won't even need to take it off.
Daniel.
5 raise.
No, Hamish, putting in most of his chips here with ace 8 offsuit. This is an effective jam from the hijack.
6 fold.
Folding it around to Troy, Queen Deuce. Baked Donut says, can we bet on who's going to win? Yes, just don't tell us.
7
We can bet high fives.
Wait, so it is Priscilla with the Yeet hoodies?
9 fold.
It's Priscilla. Priscilla, are you in the building? We might need to get Nikki a Yeet hoodie.
You got some merch.
If you have any here, please let me know, and we'll organize the purchase.
Special price. Special price.
I'm just going to get a video for social media.
Do I look cute? Uh-oh.
2 fold.
It was not.
3 fold.
Some of your finest work, Nikki, really.
4 fold.
Just enjoying a Barossa Shiraz.
Kitty.
I'm so bad at doing stories. I just improvise them.
And
Sorry,
you're
I
on my
folded it when I
bad side.
flew down
This
there
is
when I
this
was
is
there.
tricky. Anyway,
They just went straight down.
and the lighting in here is like
It was my folded card.
2 a.m. at a nightclub as you come out and realize all of your sins. No one could look good in this light. Actually, no, there's a really cute dealer out there that could look good in this light. Jordan's nodding. He knows who I'm talking about.
Stop it, you'll get me in trouble.
7 raise. 2 million. 2. 8 fold. 9 fold. 2 million.
Trying to read, that's why I'm squinting.
1
You're
fold.
trying to read. So you start with A, and then there's B, C, D, E. And then if you put them together, that makes words.
I mean, letting me commentate is a very bad idea.
If you guys don't want me in here, I can just...
Get out.
Yeah. Adios. It was fun.
It'll be a very quiet box. Just me, myself, and I.
Priscilla says, currently sick at home after busting the Jackstar last night, but Yeet will be back at the Kedron Wavell series. All right.
Oh.
Mark Longhurst reckons Hamish will win.
Is the cute dealer Pedro? Absolutely.
Have you met Pedro,
Yes.
the dealer?
Yes.
He's a great guy.
He's so cute.
So why did you say absolutely not?
I was joking. I don't want everyone to know we're crushing on Pedro.
So sarcasm doesn't come across the best in the audio medium. If you're
Got to work
visual,
on that. Got to work on that. I'm very visual.
yes.
Don't you worry.
LA says, please leave Geordie. All right, guys.
No.
3 fold,
Ricardo with the ace-9, just folding from gun.
5 fold,
Oh, Daniel wakes up with it.
Ding dong.
Pocket kings +3, which is effectively the low jack here.
all in, 6 all in,
Looks like he's just going to rip like he did with the queens earlier. No messing about.
7 fold, 8
Troy out of there. Morgan likewise. Antonio.
fold,
He's
1 fold,
over to
10 big
Richard, who
blinds.
probably calling this for 10 blinds.
He
This is
absolutely.
should be a call. What sucks is that
Oh,
if the video was caught up, he would have seen that the last hand that Dylan ripped was pocket queens. And if he's only ripping those hands and he's been raising bigger ones, then maybe he's just running into it.
7, 9,
just looking for a blanket back here.
Are you actually that cold?
No, I'm not that cold.
10 medium,
No. I'm actually not that cold.
Ace Jack probably should be putting it in for 10 blinds. Piano Man, I don't know. But I'm not sad about it.
Just checking what he's left behind if it doesn't pay off.
What do we think, guys? Are we going
ready?
to see a call made by the Ace Jack here? If he does, it would be for almost all of his chips, which would be rather devastating for him considering he came into this comfortably in second place in the chip counts.
Specifically, is my mic cutting out, or
I
is it
think
my
it's mine.
my friend Jordan?
I think it's my mic, guys. I'm trying my best.
Oh, it's you.
It's a me thing.
It's you. Yep, it's.
Wow, he lets it go. I don't know why it keeps cutting out. Hopefully, it'll be okay. I've just adjusted the systems and...
Apparently, it sounds like you're sitting near a fan. Well, we did just turn the AC off. Maybe it's the AC.
Maybe it was the aircon. If that's the case, then we're much better now.
Woohoo! It's nice and toasty in here.
It's just going to be warm. That's okay.
Toasty.
I think it's not okay.
Someone bring Jordan a water. Or a wine.
Thank you.
A Barossa Shiraz, por favor. All right, let's see some action. Give us something good. I feel something is on its way.
Tim on, weighing the options up here now. Oh, ace queen. This should be going in for 10 blinds.
all in, 4 all in,
Yeah, he does put it in there. Hamish. Oh, get that ace 10 offsuit away from me.
6 fold, 7 fold,
Triangle in front of Tim on. Everybody else
fold,
hoping to wake up with something to find an elimination. Nope, yet.
Possibly Morgan.
No, Morgan out of there. Round to the blinds. Down goes Richard and down goes Ricardo, and Timon picks that one up.
Maybe you could have Amon bring you one of his tops. Because, you know, a bit more air. You won't be so warm.
Tell you what, Nikki, just for you, I'll have a singlet on hand.
I mean, yeah, you should. Or I'll just bring a blanket next time.
Right, okay. Still 9 players remaining, blinds at 1 million. Dan McGee asking, does the 1,477 include rebuys?
That is a good question.
It does. It's total amount of entries that were taken to the tournament. Tony with the Jack 4 offsuit
9
decides against it. Thanks, Justin. Glad you're enjoying the commentary. Shang Yun in the cutoff with 13 bigs. Ace 5. Mask applied.
I heard some yelling.
1 fold.
Don't worry about that. That's just the outside world.
Are we okay in here? We're safe. Have we got snacks?
2 raise.
We can get snacks.
We
but
should
we don't
probably.
have any right now.
What's that in the corner there in the tub? Is it protein?
No, it's not. It's,
Creatine?
it's creatine.
It's good for you.
Yeah, I know.
Do you know
That's why I've been having it
creatine-
every day.
Creatine, how many grams?
8 to 10.
Oh, so you may be getting some cognitive
Yes.
benefit. Do you know if you're having
Yes.
really poor sleep, apparently, to reverse the negative effect of a really poor sleep, 10 to 20 grams of creatine will reverse the negative effect of
Really?
poor sleep. This is obviously from a podcast. However, that's what I've listened to recently.
All right, that's good. Maybe I'll have to give that a go. I had to let the guys know that if they walked into the commentary booth and they ever saw white powder anywhere, it's creatine. Okay? It's creatine.
Prove it.
Ricardo jamming the ace queen, and Richard's gotten himself into a little bit of a pickle. Has to call a further 4.6 million to make this call, and we can see that odds-wise he's not doing too badly, but it's going to be for around half of his entire stack. So, not super comfortable. What are we going to see?
I think we let it go.
You reckon you're going to let it go?
Okay, let's see if we can read some. Saying to himself, do I really? Actually, he probably thinks he's good with king. Okay, good.
Do you guys have any questions for myself or for Nikki? Mainly for Nikki, because I've answered all the questions I feel like I have to this series. Please feel free to send them through on Facebook, Twitch, or YouTube. We've got 360 people watching on Facebook right now. If you are watching, please like the video. Always want to try and get every video over 100. Hasn't been successful all the time, but
What
I'm trying my
happens when we
best.
get to 100 likes? What do we need to do for 100 likes?
That means we get to push the button.
I would be willing to accept a challenge
6 fold.
of some describe. Whoop, we're seeing some thumbs.
All right.
What do we need?
You guys make a
What do you need
suggestion
from
as
me?
to what we should do for different milestones.
I love a challenge. Tickety, tickety, boom.
7 raise.
In goes Troy's raising the ace 7. Only player north of 30 now. Wow.
8 fold.
All you need to do is ask ever so nicely.
9 fold.
I'm just very kind. Shan Yun. This one's going to be jammed into the middle. 13 big blinds.
Golden buzzer!
Darren says, nobody can play poker. I don't know, mate. There's 1,477 people in this tournament that say otherwise.
Just ask high key.
Basketball Maven says, give away $100 to each person who likes the stream. How about... No.
Wah, wah.
Shang Yun giving this one some thought, as he does with every one of the decisions he is making. Looks like we are going to see the chips go in.
2 fold.
Jams for 13 million.
3 fold. Yes.
Oh, Timon wakes up with ace queen as well. This is dangerous.
I'm feeling the diamonds. Les diamants.
Les dames.
Find a blind bullet into the next tournament. All in, no fire a blind bullet. If you want to stake me, I will happily do that.
Daniel says, do I get a special prize?
For
I don't know. Daniel's always in here. He always wants prizes, and whilst he is the best, I can't just give prizes away to everybody.
special prize.
Oh my god, he folds ace queen. Wow.
What?
That's a hectic fold from Timon. Hamish, King Jack also going to be going down.
7 fold.
Oh, I get what you mean. Yeah. It definitely doesn't make it super comfortable when the average stack is as low as it is. Justin says Nicky has to join Jordan in the booth for the event future if we get 100 likes.
Oh, I think we might need more than 100 to get that across the line because we'd need to speak to the big daddy of poker.
And Nikki would lose her mind having to deal with me every day.
7 fold. 8 fold.
Apologies, Darren. I understand what you mean. My sincerest apologies. Antonio with the 6-4 of clubs. With the 6-3 of clubs.
100
He had-
PCT points for a random liker. Sorry, just reading the comments.
I didn't know you could read. Oh, wow. Jack has shown up. He has APL COVID, and he's managed to get himself off the couch
Wait,
to come over
what?
and support.
APL COVID.
Everybody's got the flu.
2 points.
I feel like I'm seeing double. Ha 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 ha.
2.6. 1 fold.
Looks like Antonio really wants to get involved with these middling, gapping, suited connectors. Takes it at 2.6 million.
Who would you say is the most aggressive on this table?
4 fold.
Probably Jack. Oh, sorry. Damn it. Probably Troy. Oh my god, Hamish wakes up with Rotro. What is he going to do here? I think he was at the table when he witnessed the 6-3 suited shenanigans that Antonio got up to yesterday. So how are we going to see him proceed with this? He's got 8.9 blinds. They just have to go in here.
Yeah. I mean, you can't repop. You can, but you know you're going all in.
5 all in.
Looks like he does just jam. And with this pot, he's going to take himself up to 14 million. Oh my god, he calls?
All-in call
What?
Jackstar final table.
What?
Hamish's pocket queens at risk against
Imagine.
Tony's
Imagine.
Antonio runs it with the 6-4 of clubs. We saw this yesterday.
flop is 8 of diamonds.
Hit a
seven of
5
clubs,
to
Just
eliminate
see
the
a club
queens.
for fun.
turn.
Oh my god, the ace of clubs. Antonio needs a club on the river.
Oh,
Instead,
she
it
whiz.
is the 8 of spades. And Hamish finds the gigantic double up. Antonio down to less than 1 big blind. Antonio really likes
7.5.
those club connectors.
Will he be laying in bed tonight, just tossing and turning over 6-4 of clubs?
Point.
Those of you who watched yesterday know about the elimination that we made. 3. And that is quite the hand. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm going to replace my microphone.
See you, mate. Nice knowing you.
So 500. 1. Thank you.
I mean, the comments are just going wild right now, so I don't really need to speak.
8 fold. 9 fold.
Watching too much gamble or hey?
Go the edibles.
One fold. 2 fold. 3 fold. 4 fold. 5 5 raise. 15-5.
Jordan has
6
just
fold.
plugged in a new mic.
7 fold.
Hopefully he's all set to go. Not like that. Unfortunately, Jordan has to be quiet now because he does not have a microphone.
9 all in.
Whew. Lean on in just for a moment. Lean forward.
2.9.
All right, I'm just going to see how that sounds. Hopefully we have less cutouts as I've replaced my microphone.
Appreciate it.
I just didn't want it to be cutting out anymore. You guys were mentioning that it was. That's okay. Different microphones, same absurd me. Looks like the 8 deuce is going to be enough for Antonio to run. Has less than three big blinds.
1 fold. 2 fold. 3 fold.
Waiter.
Drink service.
Drinks to the booth.
4 fold. 5 fold.
Don't worry, old squiddy. You're not going to get rid of me that easily.
6 fold.
Jesh Nagy says, I wasn't aware that the APL tournaments had such big turnouts and hefty prize pools.
Where have you been?
He had located a rock to live under. Round to Morgan in the big blind ace-8 has to...
8 call.
In it goes. Antonio with an opportunity to find a double. Needs to locate a deuce.
Oh,
Or some
please just
hearts.
double here, just for good times.
Liam reckons Hamish is
Ooh,
at $1.43.
unlikely though. Let's see some hearts.
Flop.
Absolutely out.
Ace on the turn will seal it as we G to Antonio Cerame finishing in 9th position.
Ay, ay, ay. Do you think he'll ever play 6-4 again? He'll need a little bit of time.
I reckon Tony will play 6-4 in about half an hour. Tony is such a great guy, one of the nicest blokes in all of Australian poker. Out in 9th. Hell of a battle. Already won 1 tournament. Won the PLO knockout, I believe, earlier this series. So GG's
He's having
to
a
him.
good run.
He's having a fantastic series, and it's great to see.
Good effort.
Some guy opened that seat with ace 9.
I don't see anyone else that has made the final table of the Jackstar here, so we cannot say.
6-4 suited or 6-3 suited. Same hand, I think.
Treedu Jack says the payouts get crazy after 6th. Yeah, we're going to witness some pretty ridiculous stuff going on in the next kind of hour of play. I mean, the blinds are going to be going from this to 600 1.2, and at that point, even when we're four-handed, the average stack is going to be 23 bigs. So,
4 fold.
hectic. Hectic stuff.
Heckers.
Heckers. Rob Stew reckons Hamish will run over the table now. I think he'll try,
Raise.
but
Medium.
it is important to note that Troy has position on him 2 seats over. And if Troy has anything to say about it, I don't think he's going to allow Hamish to try and get away with it.
It's not over till it's over.
Jesh asking how many more days until the main event. The final day of the is tomorrow.
7 fold.
Morgan, 12 bigs in the small blind off the back of busting Tony. Pocket 9s. I feel like this one is going to be going into the middle quite often. I mean, sure, Timon is still shorter than you with 9.7. Likewise, Daniel and Richard and Ricardo. But 9s is too much of a hand.
8 all
And he does decide to jam it in from the small.
One
Shang Yun in the big blind's going to let it go, and Hamish is not going to want any either. Nikki, you're in trouble. Can't be doing that.
5 fold.
No, no. I am putting a little something for us on the tings. Ooh.
Down goes the Jack 10. Morgan's going to take that one away.
Three fold. 4 fold. Listen. 8 all in. Nobody call.
Looks like a jam from seat 8. Covering these two players in the big blinds. Oh, sorry, blind be blind.
Everybody, hands off, please. Yes. From square.
Shang Yun.
Yes.
No, not covered by Shang Yun, just blind v blind action. As no, sorry, the system hasn't updated. It looks like seat number 8 has piled. I'm just waiting to see exactly what the action is prior. Guasheni's asking what the 100k Invitational is that first places get. I believe in January it's an Invitational series 100k prize pool donated by APL. And everybody who wins an event in an APL PT or an APL Million up to that point gets the opportunity to enter that tournament for free.
Thank you.
And usually around 30k up top.
Now,
Hamish has opened the ace 10 suited and Daniel has jammed 10 with the ace queen.
6 all in.
Back to the Invitational. I believe it is played in January. Back here in the Southport Sharks.
8 fold.
At the Southport Sharks.
1 fold.
Fantastic.
Is that correct?
I believe that's right. My proximity is asking, is day 2 of the main being streamed?
2 fold.
Days 2, 3, and 4 will 100% be streamed, as well as the final day of play, which is flights 9 and 10.
5 fold.
Hamish lets it go.
That is strong.
Fold.
Ace 10. Suited.
Thank you for your amazing input, Nikki. I really appreciate it.
Sorry, I'm multitasking as I do. Just, you know.
Are you struggling with the ability to do that?
At the moment,
Right.
yes.
Okay.
Must have been the creatine. It's not working.
Let me know in the chat if you guys take creatine. Whether or not it's... my mic is scratchy again. My God. What am I...
5 fold.
I don't know what to do about it, guys. I'm sorry. There's nothing more I can do. We're just going to have to deal with it.
8 fold.
Let me just keep going and I'll see if I can sort it out.
Not really. Oh,
1
there's
all in.
that one comes up. That one hasn't come up yet.
I'm not sure what it is. I really don't know what's going on with it. I'm just going to keep what I'm doing. Shang Yun jamming. 15 million from the button. Richard waking up with pocket kings. Uh-oh.
C2 all
In
in.
it goes.
3 fold.
A couple of people are saying different things about my microphone, so I'm just going to carry on as always.
So sad when someone turns over kings. So sad.
Shang Yun needing to locate a... But given he's got 3% equity, that means that both of the 4s have been folded.
2 all in.
So barring the 3 in 100 chance...
I have seen 4s actually bust kings today already.
And
Boom.
he's not going to be able to do it.
change out the USB-C when I depart?
I literally just changed the XLR cable because we're running it into a Scarlett 2i2 system with an XLR cable for the
Wow,
microphones.
you're
So
speaking a completely different language.
thank you, and we'll try and get through it together. Apparently, Richard FT'd the Jackstar last year. Is somebody saying that? Somebody let me know whether or not that is correct or incorrect. I think I read something like that. He got third last year. Wow. Back-to-back Jackstar final tables for Richard Borganon.
Jackstar royalty.
Steezy Dog says he bought a piece this time round. What kind of piece? Colt? Magnum? That's
Where?
bottom of the barrel.
Where your barrel? I see what you did there.
Really emptying the clip with these jokes as we carry on.
The face that you give me sometimes. Goodness me. If I didn't have as much confidence as I did, I'd be crying myself to sleep.
You love it. It's okay.
10-7
10-7 for Hamish. Down it goes.
7 fold.
Looks like action's going to fold around to the cutoff. Shang Yuan, 5.8 blinds. Very easy rip with Queen Jack suited.
1 all in.
Looks like in it goes. Richard King 8. Don't know whether or not he's going to want to call when he does let it go.
Ricardo, absolutely not.
Likewise, these guys in the blinds. Nobody wants a piece. Nobody wants to play, and he's going to take that pot down.
No 1 call. Thank you.
Ace queen, eh? Bit wide. Not as tight as 6-4. Under the gun. Or 8-2.
APL does host a series in Sydney as well. Not quite as big as this, but still juicy tournaments to play there. Head over to the playapl.com website to check out the APL PT series.
6 fold. 7 fold. 8 fold.
Action folding around to Shang Yuan, passing up on the offsuit 8s. I wonder if Richard is going to pass up on 8-7. Can't jam this one, given Hamish is still deep in the big blind. But maybe he can just open. Blinds at 500k, 1 million. No, decides to fold. Ricardo Bono on the button. 8.1 blinds.
3 fold.
Also folding.
3 fold.
Tim on with the 9-7. Hamish with Queen Deuce. Julius asking when the 100k Invitational is. I believe it is in...
I believe you are correct.
5
There is a
Just a
satellite
check, apparently.
into the main event starting from $40. Can you imagine if you made it through with $40 buy-in?
Do you know the story of Shiren Vajayaram for the Aussie Millions?
No.
He entered a satellite for, I think, $70 or $90. He won that satellite into a 1k ticket. Then he won the 1k satellite into the 10.6k main event. And then he won the main event for 1.6 million.
Holy Chicago.
Very similar to the Moneymaker story. Check, check on the flop. Tim on with an open ender that drills in on the turn. And Jack of Diamonds giving him the virtual check mark. Hamish just drawing to a 9.
I actually did see someone booking their accommodation at the Sharks today because they'd obviously made the 100k Invitational in
Fantastic.
January.
4 bet 1.5.
In goes a bet from Tim on. Hamish does have a gut shot and an over, but with no diamond. I don't know if this is going to be an appetizing sight. And he does just relinquish. Thank you for letting me know about those dates. The 100k Invitationals, the 10th and 11th of January.
Sounds about right.
Getting a look at the chip counts. Richard has spun it back up to 20 bigs. Troy's still up in the lead, 26 million. Hamish in third, and Ricardo is our short stack, but he's neck and neck with Shang Yuan, both of them. 8.1 and 8.3 big blinds respectively.
Big blind. Thank you. No, next hand. Seven fold.
Just checking how many steps I've done today.
How many?
Have a guess.
6,400. No, wait, you went for a walk.
One fold.
Did. But not a very long walk. I went,
11,800.
no,
Higher or lower?
lower.
8,250.
Higher. We're about 9.5.
Oh, okay, nice work. 500 to go.
Apparently you just need to get to 7,500.
See, the issue with me with that every 2 steps that you take, I take 1. So it takes me twice as long to get to 10,000
Not
steps.
necessarily.
A friend of mine asked me if I only ever make jokes about vegetables, and I said, not necessarily.
Where? Like, where do you get these? I don't know how. They're just sitting in there, wasting up space.
Somebody once challenged me that I couldn't make a joke about any subject he picked, and I had one for basically everything.
Okay. Dancing. Ballroom dancing.
Ballroom dancing.
Oh, well, that's just easy. I retract.
That is a lottery.
I thoroughly enjoy late night ballroom dancing with my significant other until the meth wears off and I'm carrying a mannequin around a car park.
That's just a Tuesday for you.
That was yesterday for me. I don't know what
Okay, so day.
I'm turning the aircon back on.
Okay.
Thanks.
Yeah, I mean, it is like...
Three. Oh,
Not for long. Don't worry. Won't be for long.
four fold.
I'm going to shuffle back a little bit so
Yeah.
that the mic doesn't get hit by what's going on here. Ricardo is what's going on here. Ace-9 suited in from the hijack. 8.1 million. As those blinds have increased, remember what I said? Blinds are going to be ticking up relatively quickly.
But we still have 8.
Seven fold. No call.
Nobody interested. Troy chip leading with 20 blinds. That is not a pleasant sight to see when you're playing for almost 400k.
So the Teams event is currently underway, which is...
Oh, is it? What time is that registration close for it?
That is a great question. I know it starts at 6.
Oh, so it's well underway. Damn, okay. That would have been fun to play.
Two
Hurry up, bust. I want to go play the Teams event. Are you considering playing it?
No.
Oh.
I have to commit to making it to 3 a.m.
Gotta be up there.
And I did not pack my creatine.
I've got some spare creatine.
Wild.
One fold.
Definitely the biggest.
Just don't worry about the trend.
Fold.
The what?
Don't worry. Action now over to Ricardo. Lets it go as well. Tim on with natural 9.
Natural 9.
I don't know if
Oh, I
Hamish is going to be doing
see.
any... He does have a couple of stacks to be wary of in Troy and more. I think a raise is up
Five raise.
for no debate, and he does fire it in.
2.4.
Takes it to 2.4 million. Daniel, a good hand in blackjack, not so much in hold'em, does decide to...
Seven fold. Eight fold.
And Hamish takes it right down. Every single pot that you raise and take... Whoa! The Jack 10 offsuit not getting defended there.
This ain't Texas. What's the best poker song? Or what's the best song to listen to whilst you're at the poker table? Top 5. I want to know.
I have unique thoughts on this.
I-
As
yeah,
obviously the
okay.
gambler...
I guess to the people then, because I don't know half the people that you speak about.
Well, all-time best song is The Gambler. It has to be.
Sing it for me.
What?
Well, I don't know how that
Know
goes.
when to hold 'em.
Oh, 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 oh.
Know when to fold 'em.
Okay, got it.
Know when to walk away. Know when to run. It's a great song.
All right,
And it is the focus.
we're on here.
Stu, you keep bringing up Tool. I'm not talking about Tool today. We've done Tool in the past, no Tool today. You know Tool? You don't know Tool.
Tool the band.
I'm a bit of a Tool. But yes, Tool the band.
Understand.
Am I doing the Kenny or Elvis version? I don't know.
He's doing a version. But we need to hear Jordan on the piano, apparently. What can you play? Anything and everything because you're brilliant? Or?
No, I can't play anything. I learnt piano to a point where I could play by ear.
Ooh.
So if I know a song, if I know a song and I've listened to it and I've heard it once or twice, I could probably try and figure out how it goes.
Tell us where there is a piano. Tell us what you would like for us to perform. Jordan will play the piano. I will sing. For 100 more likes. Something has happened.
Yeah, I just turned it down a little bit because I think the levels may have been redlining. And that might be why the microphone is cutting out.
I don't hear anything, but that's okay.
So I can hear you.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Go again.
Very quietly, you might be able to hear me.
Yeah.
Can you hear me anymore now?
I hear the same.
Okay, that's fine. Let us know if that sounds a bit better, guys, because we're just trying to figure out what's going on with this system because it might be redlining a little bit too much. Redlining means that it's a little bit too loud.
Too loud.
Yeah, causing some drama. So we've just turned our universe down ever so slightly.
6-7, raise 2.4.
Thanks, Lale. I won't embarrass myself on stream by singing anymore. The song that I really like listening to when I'm playing poker is a weird one, as Troy's going to raise the ace-3 and sixes for Richard, puts in the call. It's a continuous looped version of a song that goes for a long time. We just focus. It's called Intro by the XX.
Intro by the XX.
Yeah, from their self-titled album from 2006.
Something on a continuous loop would drive me nuts.
Yeah, I don't know. I studying when I was studying in high school, and it just kind of stuck with me. So, don't know. Jake says
that was Jordan.
Whoever was singing, that was really no. That was her lovely deep voice. Sixes for Richard. Troy going to fire in the continuation bet. And these sixes looking not so great anymore, especially on a king-queen high board.
2 call.
Looks like he is going to come along for one street. Safe for now. Obviously, lots of turn cards that aren't going to be comfy. 7 of diamonds. And we know that Troy likes to tell a story. And if he tells a story here, I think it would get a fold from the sixes. I don't think he's going to be happily going to... Look at me getting my words mixed up.
What story is he telling, though?
Well, he's telling that
really?
he has a king or a queen.
Wouldn't you bet the turn
Well, it's not his turn yet.
at the flop?
He did bet the flop.
He bet the flop?
Yeah.
Not
So
by
see-
much, though?
So see on the left side of the screen, how there's the action.
Sorry, I was reading the comments.
I didn't know you could read. I've said that already.
You've said that 65 times. Get a new joke.
I've got jokes. I've been bringing them up. Over to Troy. Is he going to barrel again and try and put pressure on weak queen X and middling pairs? Obviously, there's hands like Jack 10 that he's still ahead of, but I don't know whether or not he's going to be comfortable in just allowing that combo to be the one he targets. No, he does check it back. River card. The 10 of diamonds.
Okay, that's surely... You can get the sixes out of here.
It's kind of awkward because there's definitely rivers that Troy is going to think that he could still show down his ace high on. Don't know about this one. Obviously, the Jack-10 is a hand that's going to be in range sometimes, but if you choose a large enough size on river, do you think you could get a 10 to fold? Have to think that he would think so. And also, on this 10 river, does your ace have showdown value? I don't know that it does. Check from Richard. Troy with a decision to make. Backdoor diamonds getting there as well. He has the 3 of diamonds in hand. Ace-3 offsuit is probably the worst, one of the worst hands that he'll be opening from this position.
Meanwhile, Party Shirt's just having a quick nip.
Yeah, what are we going to see here from Troy? Are we going to see him put Richard to the ultimate test? I know that he's not afraid to pull the trigger if he feels like it's going to work, and he does have Richard covered. Would a jam force a fold from a hand like Queen 9, Queen 8? Even some of the weaker kings in his range, King 8, King 5 suited, King 6 suited.
The only way he can win is
Looks
to
like
bet.
he is going to load the clip. How large? Looks like half pot. And is that going to be enough to win this hand?
7 bet, 4.2.
4.2 million is around 40% pot. Obviously not the best river in the world if you're in Richard's shoes. A lot of ace 10, ace jack, jack 10 now beat you. But the difficult thing is that are those hands going to be betting this size on the river? Would a flush bet this size on the river? Sixes
He's folding.
get looked at once more. Reckon he's folding? No. Yet. Some considerations are being made. Does this story add up? The difficult thing to think about here is the value threshold for this size in Troy's seat. Don't worry, I'll explain. What hands are going to be utilizing this size for value in the spot? What hands would jam in this spot? You have to think that flushes would jam, and he gets it done. Nice hand from Troy.
I don't know
Manages to
if
win
a flush is...
massive- You don't think a flush is jamming?
No, a flush isn't jamming.
Do you think
there.
a flush is betting
They're
less than half pot on the river?
value.
What do you guys think in the chat? Let me know what you think about that one as Troy continues the aggression and takes himself to 29 million.
You would bet that amount, hope for the repop, or just take down that small bet.
Sorry, Noah. I didn't mean to be rude, but yeah. It wasn't for you guys. It was for backpack over here.
He's actually so rude to me, guys.
I wouldn't be so rude if she didn't love it. It's okay.
4 fold.
See, even that. Like,
Ace 4 of clubs for Hamish into the ick.
ick. Guys.
Jesus.
Like, no wonder he's single.
Holy sh! Daniel pocket aces. He's jammed every other big pair he's had. Is he going to try and go the opposite direction with this?
All in,
No, he just jams.
6 all in. 7
Bailey
fold,
Jeffries reckons a flush would jam.
8 fold. 1 fold.
Flush would jam and get no
Ooh,
payout.
sixes for Richard. Tough decision here. This is a jam for 10 big blinds.
2 fold.
Oh.
Johann's asking, hello, how is the woman talking with you? How are you? You okay?
No call.
My name is Nikki.
This is Nikki Pickering. She is the APL
Or are you,
reporter.
in fact, asking, how am I even talking to this guy?
Oh.
Which would be understandable.
You talk about me like I'm on a list or something.
You look at me like you should be on a list.
Jesus. All right, I'm not
not
looking in that direction anymore. Eight players left. 1,477
Not even
entered.
like that. Just
No,
mean.
straight ahead.
Not leering, just mean. To be clear.
Ace 8 offsuit for Daniel.
6 fold.
Ryan Brace as a flush picks up outs on the turn. Why would they check diamonds? The idea of check jam in that spot's not overly comfortable. Johan says, I love her voice, so peaceful. There you go.
Never heard
There's
that
a compliment
before.
for you.
I'll take that. Thank
Morgan.
you.
Sixes is very warm at this table. Everybody seems to be waking up with it.
8 raise.
Morgan finds the raise with the sixes, takes it up to 2.4 million.
2.5.
Over to Richard.
2 fold, 3 fold,
Laura Morrison says Hamish is absolutely not single. Good to know. Thanks.
Where's Hamish?
4 fold,
Seat 5.
Oh!
Don't get any ideas.
He's absolutely not single.
I've just had it on good authority in the chat.
Okay. So, sorry, ladies. It's Jordan or nothing.
So nothing. Blind still at 600, 1.2.
Yeah, so I was supposed to be here in 2022, my friend.
And you lost your voice during
The
Battle of the Bands.
Yeah.
That's quite the story, to be honest. It's very cool.
And I called Wiki, and I'd never met him. And
I've
so I
never
was-
actually had a conversation with Wiki.
7 fold,
I was due to fly in, so I'd had the competition, which would have been on a Thursday night. Due to fly in on the Friday. 2022 APL Million, and I had no voice. And I just said, I messaged him and I said, listen, I'm all packed. I'm ready to go.
3 all in,
Oh, we have
All
something.
in from
We've
Ricardo
got
with
something.
the Ace Jack offsuit. Timon waking up with King Queen. This is very close. Have
What's
to
the
assume-
percentage here? Please tell me.
Percentage of what? The chance that either of the hands will win?
Correct.
Probably
Thank you.
about a 65-35, maybe a
Really?
60-40. So 40% for the King Queen, 60% for the Ace Jack. Obviously, we can't know that, given the RFID takes into account folded cards. The question, though, is what percentage of the time should Timon be calling this? Ricardo's probably going to be jamming hands as low as King Jack suited, King 10 suited, King 9 suited for this for this 6.8 big blinds. He's probably also going to be taking some of the Queen Jacks, Queen 10s, obviously all of the underpairs. I think King Queen is doing well enough against that range to run it, but obviously it's not comfortable. Timon is the shortest player at the table, and he does make the call.
This is it.
Hamish in the big blind. Ace 9? Ugh. That's a gross one to wake up with. This is...
Why is it gross? I would think that that's just an automatic. I don't want to get in on this three-way action with Ace 9.
Well, it's for very similar reasons. So if Ricardo is jamming 6 big blinds, right? Which is a
Yes.
very small jam in the range of which he's jamming 6 big blinds.
Sure.
Incorporates every single ace that Ace 9 is beating. And wow, that's a very disciplined fold there from Hamish. As we are going to see the percentages, cards are on their backs. Given the folded cards, it's going to be a lot closer to a 50-50. Yeah, 56-44,
There
so
you go.
Ricardo at risk.
Ricardo is not at risk. Timon is at risk, and the Queen High flop. Turn card. Oh,
Turns at
Ace of Spades on the turn. He needs a king or a queen. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
This guy just continues to double, and Ricardo is so short. He gets left with vapor. 0.7 of a big blind.
Oh.
Rotterman George says, can we get people in the commentary box that know something about poker? Yeah, sure, man. Come on. Come have a chat. Come into
Why
the
would
commentary
we
booth,
want
please.
that?
Please, that'd be great. Can you come and take over?
What do you know about poker? Please teach us. Sensei.
I mean,
Yeah. Pretty dirty to go like that.
now
Dropping
it's
it.
not mine in this one.
yeah, I
In
would
case you don't know, people like to watch the stream that don't necessarily know a lot about poker and the stats and the odds and everything. So it's something that we should chat about.
Accelerate XO says, I prefer the bloke who on dad jokes. You know when a joke becomes a dad joke?
When it's lame.
No, when the punchline is made apparent.
8 fold,
No, disagree.
Apparent?
Oh, fuck.
That's the reaction I'm looking for. That's that good stuff. Looks like there was a slight error in the chip counts, and potentially Ricardo actually had fewer chips. 5 jammed. fives, sorry, jammed. As yeah, there was a slight issue with those chip counts. He did have fewer chips. Timon got us down to 7 players.
Six-fold. No call.
Pumping the 5 kilo weights, you reckon? Or maybe he pushed himself to 7.5 kilos.
Action folding to the blind. One of the fives is going to go down, but nobody is going to want to stick around. All the cards are folded. Another jam getting through for Shang Yong. Nilashark asking Jordan and Nikki, what is the best international event you have played or placed at?
Ooh, goodness me. I have played World Series of Poker. Gosh. I think I played the ladies in the World Series of Poker, maybe. I played the Aussie Millions main event, made it to day 2. What about you, Jordan?
My best international result, chopped a $250 daily at the World Series of Poker for 20k USD.
Nice.
But I also played the main event at the World Series of Poker that year. So I have jumped into the 10k, I've jumped into the deep end.
Yeah, I think one of the first, maybe, I would say when I played main event Aussie Millions, which was 10k buy-in, that would have been, I would have played sub 5 tournaments in my life.
Yeah, that's crazy that you played that.
Two-fold.
Yeah, if I had it over again, I probably wouldn't play the main event. I think I was a little bit too ambitious with my bankroll at that point.
Oh, I didn't pay for it. Don't be silly.
I'll
Five-fold.
jumping into the WSOP main, given the exchange rate, it's actually like a 15k AUD buy-in.
Six-fold.
Robbie's saying, hey, Jordan and Nikki, how to approach big tournaments when I'm playing pub poker, 100 plus games, 15, 20-minute blinds. Really want to play the Centurion. How to approach it? Thanks, ignore haters. Thanks for the
Appreciate
kind
it.
words. Just patience, man. Patience, time, and having the insight to actually recognize what you're not best at and working on fixing it.
But also watching the stream is very helpful. You get to see the deep runs. You get to watch every day. And it is very different. I mean, some of the hands that you might play in pub poker are definitely not hands that you would even consider for these long days.
Yeah, and definitely, like we mentioned the other day, is chatting to people that have been there and done that, learning from them, trying to extract as much, not extract in that way, but just trying to take all of the information and kind of soak it all. So many people, like if you have the opportunity to speak to the likes of Hamish, he's played
sure.
at every single venue you want to play at. He's done the World Series. He's played all over Asia, Europe. He's done everything.
You just got to play.
You just have to play and
And
you
I
have
think
to
you've
learn.
just got to step up
How much?
the tiers slowly.
Yeah, and you have to be open to learning as well. As Hamish is going to put most of his chips in here. This is an effective jam from him. He won't be folding, I wouldn't think. He makes it 9 million.
Seven-fold.
Troy with the 3s. Morgan gets out of there with the 8 King Jack. And Hamish takes that one down.
Is that my friend from... Where did we play? Oh my gosh, Il Mercato? Paul, is that you, King 2?
If you guys have any questions for myself or Nikki, feel free to send them through in Facebook, Twitch, or Twitch. We'll do our best to answer them.
And be kind.
Or don't, and you can just get slammed by everybody on Facebook like that guy.
Absolutely slammed.
Thank you so much for having our back. Really appreciate it, guys.
We need some popcorn. I just need to sit back.
We need another red. What are you doing? What's this?
I mean, you can
Clock.
Two-fold.
clock,
As
as in
in
go.
Five-fold.
8-7 for Hamish.
I'm
19
being
big blinds.
late. Paul, where are you? You should be here.
Six-fold.
Question for Nikki. JL wants to know if she can eat in her room. Ace Deuce goes in for Daniel, but Troy wakes up with the second best hand ever created, asking for a count, and this is what we call a misstep. Daniel's been very, very snug.
Thank you. That's good.
Daniel Battley.
So, yes, JL, no, you absolutely cannot eat in your room. That's my daughter.
Oh, right.
10.
Troy with kings is just getting an exact count before firing in this call. I think just a call. You want to give the other guys the opportunity to potentially come along and not quite scare them off with a rejam, even though it's not going to make much of a difference. Stack sizes aren't too impacted, given it's already a rip for 12 million from Daniel, and Morgan is the effective with 14. Yep, call is made. No, just a rejam. Shangyun wakes up with the A7 of spades, and that's good. Lets it go. One fewer out for Daniel, and Troy with an opportunity to get us down to 6.
We have ace two of diamonds at risk against pocket king.
Got a few railers out there, mate. Oh, that first card, eh?
Oh, gosh, the comments. They make me chuckle.
Turn for a spade.
Needs to find an ace on the river, one of 2 of them. Jack of spades is safe for the kings, as we say GG to Daniel Francis. 7th place, $42,240, and Troy extends that lead of his.
3 days of play, 42,000.
Not bad at all.
Not mad about it.
Robbie says the small 15 to 20 minute blind games become quite luck driven, as it gives us less edge versus the 40 or 1 hour. Yeah, absolutely. The shorter blinds give you less time at given blind levels, especially with the structure. It becomes a lot like the way to go in those ones is to kind of be aggressive and recognize who is going to be overfolding, who is going to be not making the best decisions with their hands, and try and target those people with aggression.
Oh, a shout out for Jordan.
Thank you.
The way that you explain.
Oh, thanks, Julius.
Think about the decisions is very insightful.
Julius
I
is in
agree.
here every stream. He's one of the OGs.
I mean, I agree. I just need you to slow it down sometimes because, you know, we're not fast thinking.
Okay, all right.
That's why I sit back and I have to ask you, hang on, what did you just say?
All right.
I don't know.
I'll take that into account. Thank you.
That's all I'm saying. I appreciate everything you say, but perhaps you're just going a little too quick
Bat out
for
of hell.
my small, little, simple poker brain.
Ace Queen for Timon. Ace Queen suited, in fact. Starting this one with 14 million. I would assume that we'd just see a min raise. No, it looks like he's just going to jam. And I've mentioned this before that I think you'd rather take this as a min raise to try and induce rips rather than jamming and hoping you get called. It's going to fold around to Richard. Nobody waking up with a hand.
Oh, I thought I just heard call.
I thought as well. I think it was somebody else trolling. Don't think he's going to be calling 7-6. This is a bit too wide. Doesn't even realize it's on him. And yeah, he does let it go. Robbie's asking, what about satellites? To be honest, Robbie, I'm not the best person to ask about satellites. I have never really played too many, and I wouldn't be the best person to give you advice on them. I would recommend checking out GTO Wizards' YouTube channel. I believe they have some videos on satellite strategy.
You're right, Bailey. I do not get the terminology. I don't imagine that, I mean, yeah. I agree. I do not.
If there's ever any terminology that I bring up that you'd like me to explain.
Oh, I
like
absolutely do. You've
Yeah,
given
please.
me so many golden nuggets. Although I was trying to remember. I mean, I've got the brick now. I understand what a brick is.
Yep.
And Billy the Croc was telling me that he bricked everything until I arrived, so I understood what he was talking about. Thank
Amazing.
you.
I will-
VPIP, I've forgotten. Voluntary what?
Voluntarily put in pot is
Put in
the
pot.
short kind of handed.
Got it.
Yeah. Basically, whenever you voluntarily put chips in the middle.
I mean, you would only know this terminology if you are watching the streams every day,
All in.
right? Or you're playing.
Oh, wow. Big action here. Troy rips it in. Morgan wakes up with the ace-king offsuit. And Troy potentially going to be flipping positions here. No, not quite, but Morgan with a huge chance to get right into this. If he wins this, he's going to be north of 25 bigs and flying. Let's see all 5.
Flop 7, 7, 8.
7, 7, 8. Turn card.
Turn
The ace will seal the deal.
River, 8.5. Morgan will double.
Ten.
With that, Morgan up to 29.6. Second in chips, Zhang Yon and Richard, the only two players sub 10.
3. 13.3. 13.3. Right?
Oh. Who can we?
Let me see what I can do.
If you could guess what was in that bag.
I know what's in that bag. Government secrets.
And crushed dreams.
I don't think there's anybody that can help us out.
Oh.
One of us might need to go on a mission.
That would be me. I understand.
Though I will say, I think we might be even...
7-fold. 8-fold.
heading on a break relatively soon, so...
I think we'll survive.
1-fold.
Nah. See ya. No, I'm
I
joking.
will survive.
What you just gonna raise? Like jam, I take the blind plus your raise. Just happy with it, man.
Action folding very promptly around to the small blind. Tim on. Queen 9 offsuit. What are we going to see here from him? He's been relatively snug as far as jamming goes, so I think we'll just see him try and limp this. No, he goes for the raise, and now I'm very curious how Hamish will respond. Is he going to respond? That is much more than 3 million.
What are the pink chips worth again?
So the pink chips are worth 500,000 chips each. And against a raise like this, I think Hamish is just going to pull the trigger on an all-in.
All in?
Yeah, he does jam. Nice jam, Hamish.
4-fold.
Otherwise known as Jason Kelsey.
Cal's asking, why do people still wear masks? Is it to hide tells? So, a couple of reasons. Tells is one of them. But also there are a number of people at this series that have actually fallen ill.
Yes.
So there's a flu going around. People are trying to wear masks to combat it. There's plenty of guys that are out there wearing them so that they don't get sick. Luckily, I've dodged it. I've just got an eye infection. So, I do.
It's not something I would tell people.
Well, when they see me, they're like, oh my God, what happened to your
No
eye?
one can you.
I'm walking out there and like, oh my God, you look so tired. And I'm like, thanks, I'm just dying. It's okay.
No, there's definitely a lot of sickness out there.
Especially at this table. Haha, poker.
Sick.
Aces.
Over to Shang Yun. What's he woken up with? The King 6 suited for 6.9 and the hijack. Looks like it could be a close decision. He does have to worry about the fact that he'll be jamming into Troy's big blind, who may feel obliged to call a little bit.
2-fold.
That's true.
4-fold. 5-fold.
The pink eye comments have arrived.
1.2. Thank you.
Who wants a Nicki Music collab?
Stu, he was asking about it earlier. You missed the comment.
Yeah, I can't read that screen. That's far past.
Hey, Nikki,
Okay,
contact
good.
me. I've written 12 songs and need a band mix.
Nice.
So I've just received word about a potential player that has been busted from the main event that may want to come and have a conversation. So...
Guess I'm out.
No. You're not... Unless, of course, you want to leave. I'm going to quickly set up the third microphone, and then I'm going to go and retrieve a friend.
All in.
Nikki, that means you're on your own. Just
I understand. But if I'm sitting here,
4 fold,
not bouncing off anyone,
5 fold, 7 fold,
Do the heavy lifting, mate. Trash.
8 fold,
our secret guest has just arrived, entered the room.
Yeah.
Hello. Only if you want to hear, Jordan.
2
All right, it's a three-way in the booth. And we have some ladies at the table. Timon Prill.
all right. I'm just double checking that you guys can all hear me. Can you just let me know in the Facebook, Twitch, and YouTube chats that you can hear me okay?
3,
And we'll carry on with our three-way commentary session.
7 fold, 8 fold,
Get this hand over with first, Timon.
3 medium, 1 fold,
Getting it through. So can you guys hear me okay? Everything all right? Just don't want to be too loud. And special guest, can you just give us a quick test?
Test, test. Hello, hello.
You guys
Hey,
hear?
guys.
So we are in the booth with a gentleman who has had quite the year. First place at the APO main event during what, April? March? April?
Yeah, it was
Earlier
in
in the year.
April.
Everybody say hello to Nelson Dong, formerly known as Poker Meets Fitness.
Hello,
Welcome.
hello.
Poker
Thank
meets
you.
fitness.
Yeah.
All
Quite the
right.
Instagram following, been doing great things all over poker in both Australia and over in Vegas. So welcome.
Thank you for having me on. It's first time in the booth. I love the setup here.
Yeah, it's quite the
First
setup.
time.
Yeah.
Screens, got everything. We had red wine, but it's gone.
Shame.
That was a subtle hint.
Yeah.
When you enter the booth, you are supposed to bring gifts. It's like when you arrive at a dinner party. But that's okay. You weren't to know.
So I'll ask you guys if you have any questions for Nelson, please feel free to send them through. But for now, we'll try and get some action going. Timon going to try and go back to back this time with the ace queen offsuit. Richard not going to defend. Nelson, between hands, I get to ask you questions. No pressure.
Beautiful.
So tell us, how was Vegas?
Vegas was fun. Did I make money? No, I didn't make money. So we'll just say Vegas was fun. Oh yeah, weather was great. Had a nice Airbnb with a pool, and then got to play poker every single day. Well, like what more could you ask for,
I
right?
mean, it really is quite the spot. There's a couple of people that are asking some questions about something called Up the Stakes. We'll get to that.
Yeah,
We'll get to
beautiful.
that. Don't worry.
We will get to that.
Just tell me about the APO run that you went on. I mean, 300K was it up top?
It was 390k. Yeah, so very fortunate to take that one home.
8 fold,
Leading up to it though, I guess like there's a bit of a fairy tale story. I was in the mega bin.
Getting
I was,
absolutely destroyed.
yeah, I was getting destroyed pretty much the whole series, and then it kind of led up to the main event, and I was in for 9 bullets.
Oh wow.
So yeah, we did need a series saver. So I guess there is a bit of a fairy tale story there, bringing it home
As
in the
far
end.
as series savers go, just shipping the whole thing's definitely
Yeah, that's
a way to go about it.
that's definitely the way to go about it. And I think I remember specifically, I needed to come like top 7 to break even for the trip.
Wow. Okay.
And so it was kind of just like that chip in the
Kind of
chair
do or
moment.
die
Yeah, you
kind
just
of,
like,
yeah.
if I'm in it, I've got a chance, right? So, and then it just kept going. So it was definitely just like a insanely good run. So there's not much I can't take too much credit for it. It was insanely good run.
I'm very good mates with Liam Murray, and he was at your table for portions of the main event.
Oh, yeah.
When he kept sending me messages saying, "Man, Nelson's such a nice guy, but I absolutely despise playing against him. It's the worst thing that I have to experience."
I think I remember that actually. It was
8
it was
fold,
towards the end of day 1, so like the money bubble, because
Yep.
they played to day 2 in the money, and Liam was on my direct right, and at that point I had a big stack, so I can understand why he would be saying that.
Just going to pick up the action. Shang Yun
Dang you.
waking up with the aces in the cutoff.
What
Not
do we do
bad.
here? Let's hear from Nelson.
What are we doing with
this
7
is
big?
this is ideal because obviously it's. I mean, I just had a quick look. It's a pretty shallow final table. He's should be jamming here relatively wide. I know he's not the shortest, but when you're 6-7 bigs, taking this down, he's just gone.
It's like he's going to try and limp.
Interesting.
Does that sense? Are you telling everybody that you're strong here if you're just min raising?
We've got some red flags. Definitely got some red flags going on.
I think Hamish is going to be recognizing that the flags are definitely red as get everybody standing up, which is another red flag. It means they're actually going on break. So we've timed this spectacularly. King and 4. This is some bad news for our man in the big blind. Aces are still so good here.
And this is why.
As Liam is actually giving us confirmation in Facebook. You were very annoying, Nelson, in all capitals.
It's just the cards, man. I just had them.
And the cards are nice here for Shang Yun. Still very confident in these aces. And I wonder if Hamish has some spidey sense stuff going on here. Obviously, he's still 18%, but maybe he feels that he's operating against a pretty rough and tough to beat hand.
2.
It is a bet of 2 million. And Hamish, it'd be so sick if he does anything other than somehow double, like somehow not double Shang Yun up here. He's looking around. He really
You know,
recognizes that this is so strong.
This is such a sick feeling if you're Hamish right now, because in regular circumstances it's just going in, right? But when you see the short stack limping and then now putting out a bet, yeah, it's very suspicious.
So
Just a little
scary.
bait. Just a
No
little-
way! Get out of here.
What an absolute
Lays
genius.
it down. What a sicko.
And storms out.
And what a way to go to the... I'm on my feet after that. What a way to go to the break, guys. We'll be
Wow.
back in roughly 15 minutes.
No, wait, sorry, yeah, wait.
That would
Pause the
be
clock.
fun.
Pause clock.
Amanda,
Quick. That's important.
how do you not get back though?
Can we pause clock?
This guy's not back, and it feels pretty stern to.
Because there's a player absent, the players have asked to. When's pause the clock?
So it's gone from turbo structure to slow structure.
7:14:14.
What's he up to?
Might have something better to do. Okay. Best of luck to you all.
Thank you.
What's he up to?
Maybe he thinks it's a 40-minute break.
You might have thought it's the same break as the mini main.
Oh yeah, it is confusing when there's a million things on the screen. Who cares about 380k anyway?
Yeah.
All right, welcome back, guys. Continuing coverage here of the Jackstar Super High Roller. We're down to the final 6, which is kind of crazy at this point. Blinds are getting up there. The chip leader has 26 bigs, so pretty shallow across the board. Nelson, welcome back.
Thank you, thank you.
I want to shuffle backwards slightly so I can look at you.
It was 15, maybe 15 point something.
There we go, that's better. Nikki's going to be on her way in soon, but yeah, Nelson, what's going on? How you doing?
Not too bad actually. It's good to be back at APL Millions.
Like day 15?
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah.
How are you handling the stresses of playing a series for such a long time?
I actually haven't. I wasn't here at the
You weren't
start,
here at the
so
end,
yeah,
right?
I am a little bit spoiled. Came pretty much from Centurion onwards, but that being said, it's like long days, right?
Yeah.
Especially with the Centurion, the Jackstar, the main event. I feel for the guys who've been here from the start because they're the true grinders, right?
Yeah,
Coming in, especially the guys going play of the series. Massive props to those guys because it's a behemoth of a series.
Got a question from Jungle Tilt asking, do we know how old Troy is? I think the twins turned 22 about a week ago.
Crazy.
I think it was their birthday a week ago. So, yeah, relatively young there. Are you staying by yourself up here? Just kind of doing a solo trip? Or you got a crew?
No, so I'm actually with my girlfriend.
Oh, okay.
She was nice enough to come up and spend the week in Gold Coast. I mean,
Oh, no, that's terrible.
yeah, I was going to say
From
Melbourne where it's just raining, pouring today. Very nice of her to come join me.
So we'll wait for the viewer count to pop up a little bit before we chat about, up the stakes.
Cool.
And
Yeah, no, too easy.
fitness side of things. But been to the Gold Coast many times before for poker?
All in?
Yes, and I think this is probably like my third or fourth time. I last year was my first APL Millions, and then coming there, I was like, okay, well, I have to come every year.
Yeah.
If you haven't been to the APL Millions before, it's Australia's best and biggest tournament series, with buy-ins from every range. And as a professional and someone who wants to take the game seriously, I definitely recommend coming to this series because you just don't get anything like this.
I mean, people talk about must-fire events. This is like must-fire events every hour of every day, right?
Yeah. And just coming back from Vegas, something about Vegas and the WSOP is the same trait. It's like every event is just massive fields, massive
money up
prize
top.
pool. Yeah, the prize pools are ridiculous. Like this main event in APL Millions is shaping up to be another record breaker. So it's one of those must-go-tos.
Yeah, I think there's probably going to be around 800 to 850k up top.
Ridiculous.
Players out in that background. You can see them just behind you there. Those ones behind Shan Yun are in the No Limit Hold'em High Roller, but on the other side of the room is a flight of the main event coming to a conclusion in around half an hour local time. Had a chat to a couple of guys who might want to come in and have a chat after that point. A couple of regs that are very good friends with Hamish, so I'm going to keep that a bit of a secret for now. We just had a chat with them, and
They're very keen to jump on.
they're very keen to talk and not breathe. So it's going to be good fun. Action folding around a Hamish with the ace-10 suited on the button. 15 big blinds, 21 million. These blinds really eating away at these stacks. Looks like he's going to find a raise.
Seat 5 makes
Sticking with 2 big blinds, 2.8 million.
Seat 7 folds.
Next time I'll get
Big blind in seat 8
I want to bring up, there was a spot there with Chang Yun, and with 8 big blinds, he had ace-4 off. Now, definitely is a decision. obviously super shallow stacks, and you might think any ace we've got to go with it, but there's a lot of things to consider, especially because even though he is short, he's not the shortest on the table. There was who is it? Richard? Yeah, Richard
With
is,
5.6 bigs.
and so it'd be tragic for Chang Yun to bust here before Richard.
Yeah, ICM wise, things are certainly starting to get to the pointy end. I mean, we could wait for the scroll wheel, but if we get a look at the payouts, sixth is locked 49,000. Sixth is locked out 49,000. Fifth, 69. Then the jump from fifth to fourth is 30K. So, like, big differences between busting now and potentially making it into six-figure territory. Richard, with the pocket queens, has an opportunity to potentially spin up a bit of a stack here.
I think we'll find for second.
A couple of questions from Robbie, but we'll get through to those once we see what he decides to do with these ladies. Do you think we should just see a jam always?
It really should. Like when you're the shortest stack, you're going to be jamming because you are the shortest, and you should expect to get called a decent amount of times. Especially Morgan is in the big blind, and he's sort of middling stack, so there is some sort of pressure on him. But that being said, when you've just got 5.6 bigs, it's really going in.
Looks like he's going to get it all the way through. Shake of the head from Chang Yun. Not able to do anything. And question from Robbie. Jackstar versus APL Millions, which is easier. Very different tournaments. I'd say neither of them are particularly easy. Like, obviously, neither one is easier to win. Both of them have lots and lots of entrants. APL Million probably has a better structure.
Yeah, definitely. It depends on what you mean by easier. Right? And I like what you pointed out. When you've got an event that has over 2,000 runners, there's nothing easy about winning that event. And I like what you brought up as well. The Jackstar probably, I should say, the APL Millions main event probably has a better structure. And so if you do feel like you have, an edge in the game, you should probably play that one. But I think for most people here, they're going to be playing both. If you had to choose, I'd probably say the main event.
Yep, for sure. Another question from Robbie is, Nelson, are you profitable? And how long did it take you to become a pro? I think I'll go without saying that you wouldn't be a pro if you weren't profitable, right?
Yeah. It definitely goes to saying profitable pro. I mean, look, I've been in the game since I was 18, like many other people here, I would assume. And something that I do talk about in my social medias is I wasn't always just like straight out the gun a winning player. And it's something that I'm not ashamed to sort of hide or admit, because I think there are a lot of people out there who really love the game and think that it's supposed to just be you naturally gifted and it clicks, right? Probably took me 2 or 3 years before I actually decided, okay, hold on, I can't just keep losing, and I wanted to do something about it, and I wanted to take the game seriously before things started to change, yeah.
And doing something about it and taking the game seriously seems to be something that you're open to helping other people about as well. I mean, we've got this up the stakes patch on your jumper. We've got the Poker Beats Fitness, plenty of people that are involved in that. We've actually got a comment that outlines it. Josh saying, Nelson, I really like your Project 33. Update emails are nicely crafted with valuable advice and content, I must say. You want to tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, so obviously I run a Instagram poker page, Poker Meets Fitness, to sort of give a little bit of a backstory. We might have a decision here from Troy, but to give a backstory, I kind of just decided I wanted to keep myself accountable and create a poker page documenting my entire life, essentially. And at that point, my entire life was just poker and fitness. So it goes without saying, poker meets fitness.
Yep.
As we see Troy raise it up.
Yeah, it takes the A7 North. Looks like a raise to around 2.8 million.
Sort of in this position, Troy's in a good position where the other medium stacks do have a decent amount of pressure on them. Even though he isn't like a ginormous chip leader, he can still be applying a lot of pressure.
Looks like Timon is just going to peel the 5s instead of rejamming them for 15. Obviously worried about Richard and Shang Yun still with those shorter stacks. As we mentioned, the difference between 5th and 6th is 20k. Definitely don't want to be busting just yet. Doesn't look like a flop that he's going to be busting on either. 10-3 deuce 2 spades.
Checking.
Looks like a check from Timon and feels like a very interesting board. You don't really want to bet. You don't really want to face check raise, but probably putting a lot of pressure on a lot of hands here, right?
I think from Troy's perspective, he's going to be betting here at a pretty high frequency, especially considering Timon just calls pre-flop. But it'd be interesting to see how he responds, because I've played with Timon before. He's been around the block. He knows what he's doing. It'd be interesting to see how he responds. Does he know or does he recognize that Troy will be betting here quite frequently?
Looks like Troy has fired out a continuation bet. Don't know how large he would have gone. I think this is the kind of board, half pot, probably what you'd be wanting to look towards, maybe a third, given...
Yeah, I'd expect a little bit smaller.
Yeah.
Since he is betting a high frequency, it's one of those spots where you kind of want to cover a large portion of your range and just target Timon's auto folds, right? Because he's going to defend pretty wide and just auto fold to a bet here. So it doesn't necessarily have to go too big.
Looks like he went around 2.2 million, and the 7 of clubs is nice for Troy.
It's a good one to pick up.
Improving to middle pair. Do we think we see a second barrel from Troy, or do you think, given Timon is meant to be calling a lot of offsuit 10 from the big blind, may just slow it down?
Definitely a decision to make, because you would expect Timon, if he did flop a 10, he would consider check raising. And if he's just calling, we now need to think about what does that mean? Right? What is he just calling with? But check back is completely reasonable from Troy. You would hate to bet here and face the check raise jam and then have to be put in a tough decision. You pick up showdown value, and I think it is pretty thin to bet here, but I could see him doing it.
Do you think Timon would probably lead a 10 on the river if he doesn't check raise?
Yeah, that's something to consider as well, right? Is if Timon is going to check raise the flop with a bunch of 10s, like ace 10, king 10, but say he does choose to just call, then he would consider. So when you're sitting here with ace 7, from Troy's perspective, you could be thinking, well, if he doesn't have a 10, my 7 here is pretty good. But then that leads to what we'll call.
Yeah, it looks like he just decides to show it down, and the 7 is going to be good. And I think he actually just said, I'm a nit. So gives you a bit of an insight into Troy's mind. Takes himself up to 37.7 million. Now, Connor Spinks getting me back on track. Reply 33 for 33 days of poker advice.
Yeah.
Are you still typing them out when you're up here? Still doing the blast around, or was that all prepped before you
Yeah,
got?
so like I spent a lot of time before coming, because I knew that I was going to series. But essentially, to really break it down what it is, I created 33 emails, each about 2 to 3 minutes to read, and it's on one poker topic. Whether that could be mindset, whether that could be specific technical stuff like pre-flop or flop, or whether it's just giving you a sort of topic to consider, like a poker concept. And then it's a 2 to 3 minute read about that specific topic, and then I give like an actionable task. I think the reason why I wanted to set up this way, because there's just so much information out there in poker. Like there's so much YouTube, there's so much, I mean, you're watching the stream, you're getting so much information here, but just getting information and actually applying it and creating action for yourself is two completely different things, right? I think most people, they just watch YouTube and think they learn, but if you really want to learn properly or just get the most out of what you're watching, you need to actually apply it. And that's why I wanted to add that little actionable task at the end for everyone to do that.
And what led you to the decision to create content to try and help poker players? Because obviously as a poker player, it's a relatively selfish, I think it's fair to say, industry. Like you want to make sure you're making decisions that are best for yourself. And if you're creating coaching content, it's time that you're probably not playing. And knowing some of the games you're playing, that can probably add up to a fair bit of money.
Yeah,
in the hourlies
definitely.
That you're playing for the stakes you're playing. So what kind of led you to down the coaching path?
Yeah, and there's actually like, I'm glad you brought that up, but there's also even more, is like, if I am giving away my strategy, imagine if my opponents are watching those, and now they understand how I play. I think there's sort of like this disconnect in the poker industry. And look, I don't blame anyone, but it can feel very selfish. Where it's like, if I am giving stuff away, people will take advantage of that, and people will use that against me. But I think I have I think the phrase is like an abundance mindset. I think we live in a world where there is enough value out there that you can share, and that you can, you know, not expose yourself to being taken advantage of, but give back. And I think it's very unnatural in the poker industry, as we see Tim on.
Finds the rip with the ace jack. King 10 gets out of the way. Troy with a much dominated jack, also letting it go.
It's pretty standard there. I think Timon knows what he's doing with the jam there. But as I was saying, I think like for me, it never really sat well. I remember just thinking, you know, why is everyone trying to keep to themselves? Why is everyone trying to not share their secrets or whatever? And I think I'm very fortunate because I did meet a good group of guys as I was coming up who are also willing to share. I think people can, if you have bad experiences in the poker industry, which we could talk about, that for a long time. It can be very easy to just not want to, you know, keep to yourself and not want to share. I was very fortunate enough to have a good group of guys who wanted to help each other, and experiencing that, I felt like, well, why can't I do that for other people as well, right? I've enjoyed this game. This game has given me so much. It would feel wrong for me to not at least try to give back. And that's kind of where the page started, was like, I'm just going to share what I do. I'm just going to see what happens. And honestly, I had no idea that it would end up like this. But just from the get-go, I was like, you know what? I'm just going to just put my life out there.
Amazing. I love it. As we see a jam from Richard. Sixes going in for 5.6 big blinds. Timon obviously out of the way. Hamish, Queen 7 in the mark. Ooh, Troy with Ace 10 probably will not be folding, as he's going to ask for a count. 7.9 million is a touch over 5 bigs, 5.6. Now, I'm always curious about these spots in Troy's shoes. Do we find the rejam covering, Morgan? Or do we just call? Or what's the best way to go?
Before we get there, it is quite unfortunate that Richard, I mean, he's jamming into 2, or like the chip leader and sort of like the second in chip. So before we even get to that, like from Richard's perspective, obviously pocket sixes is a go, but you're not really loving it, right? Like you would rather jam into either Changyun or some of the middling stacks where if they do call and lose, it does take a big hit to them. From Troy's perspective, I would like to see that he's just called, right? Yeah.
Just a call.
I like that because you're going to be doing this with a lot. You're going to be trapping here a lot, and you're going to be just calling here is the same as jamming in my perspective. If you're Morgan, you're really only playing top of the range here as a response.
Yeah, for sure.
Because Troy is covering you.
Let's see
So
all
do a flop.
5. Jack 7, 5. No help to the Ace 10. 6 is safe for now. No side, but a 3. Needs to find an ace or 10 to get the KO. What will it be? Oh my goodness. The ace of spades on the river. A dagger through the heart of Richard Morganon. And he is going to be eliminated in 6th position, taking home 49,000. Oh, sorry, 69,000, I believe.
GG.
Julius Mayer saying, Nelson, could you please share the page name for the 33 emails? Did a quick search and couldn't find it.
Oh, so if you actually just so my Instagram page is Poker Meets Fitness, no spaces, Poker Meets Fitness, and if you just send me a message 33, you just send me a message 33, it'll run through an automation, and essentially you give me your email and I give you 33 days worth of poker advice. As simple as that.
Easy as.
Yeah. I'll be honest, it was a pain to set that up. Like, I'm a poker player. I'm not like an IT genius. I was in pain trying to figure out how to work out all these automations. But we live in a modern world now, having all these fancy AI, fancy automation tools. So we have set it up. It should work. Just DM me 33 and I'll give you 33 days worth of free poker advice.
Looks like ace deuce for Troy. Probably just going to be jamming this one in. Robbie, don't stress. I'll get back to them. Just be patient.
Seat 8
In
folds.
goes the jam for 49 million covering these guys. Shang Yun, 3 deuce offsuit, won't be getting involved, just going to be letting it go. And unfortunately for him, 40% of his stack is going to be going away with it as well.
This is a brilliant spot for Troy. Now that you have sort of chipped up and you are the significant chip leader, with the short stack of Chang Yun in, the other stacks have immense pressure. And from Troy's perspective, even if he does double up one of the middling stacks, he's still decently in the mix. I would expect Troy to be finding a lot of jams going forward. It's one of those spots where you're on the final table and you have this big chip lead. This is exactly what you'd be dreaming for.
For sure. A couple of questions from Robbie, because he keeps messaging about them. The last question for Nelson. Can we make serious money as a 19-year-old? Can we have a career and make money? I think that probably goes back to some of the coaching and advice that you were doing as well, right?
Look, if I was to say that everyone could succeed, then, and I said it was easy for everyone to succeed, I'd be lying. The truth of the matter, how I like to think about poker, as Hamish picks up pocket kings under the gun.
It finds a raise up to 2.8 million.
To go back to Robbie's question, how I view poker is it really is a sport. And if you will say, can everyone make it to the NBA? Can everyone make it to the Olympics? No. But it's obviously not that extreme, but what I'm trying to get at is it takes a lot of time and you actually have to put in effort. And I think that is what sort of separates the good from the great. When the beautiful thing about poker, though, is that you don't actually have to be the best in the world to make real money. Something that I talk about a lot is what exactly do you define as success? Especially in a game like poker, do you want to be like the top 1%? Well, then that's obviously going to be a lot harder. But we kind of, poker's a beautiful game where even if you're top 5, 10%, you can be making very good money in the game. And that does give some encouragement to the young guys out there. But at the same time, don't think that you're the chosen one. I think that's what often happens is people think they're the chosen one if they find some success. If you
kind of goes back to what else Robbie's asked. He said, Adamo and Daniel Negreanu make so much money. Can we also become that? Like, that's kind of the absolute 1% of the 1% of the 1% in poker. And if you want to go down that road, a lot of stuff has to go perfectly for you. And I'll give you a little hint for free, is that Adamo and Daniel Negreanu are very rich, but they didn't make a lot of their money from poker specifically.
Yeah. And a lot of their successes come from their efforts, right? I don't know Adamo personally, and I don't know Daniel Negreanu personally, but I can say without a doubt they put in tremendous work to get where they are. So to think that they just, showed up and won.
There are stories of Adamo having a stand-up desk and doing solver work for 17 hours straight at his stand-up desk without sitting down. Like, I don't know if he ate, I don't know whether or not he was doing anything. He was legitimately just... Yeah.
Would not be surprised, yeah.
Last question from Robbie is trading versus poker. Were you involved in trading at all?
I'm not personally involved in trading, but I do have some friends who do trade, and there's a lot of similarities, and I can see it makes a lot of sense why Robbie's bringing this up. They're both in similar spheres where variance is a big part of the job, right? If you think of like a traditional job, when can you lose money if you're in a traditional job? So trading and poker does have some similarities in that regard, but I can't really talk too much about which one or what. I mean, I'm very biased. I think poker's better if you're trying to say which one's better. But yeah.
All right, now we've had a lot of conversations about poker, but that's only 50% of your username. Can you tell me a little bit about the fitness side of things?
Yeah, definitely. So when I first started the page, essentially, for me, my life then was literally just poker and fitness. I was going through a fitness journey where, at the time, I could give a little bit more backstory because I'm very comfortable talking about this, and I think it would relate to a lot of people. But poker is a very unhealthy lifestyle. Everyone in the chat will know. You finish a game at midnight or 1 a.m. and you're hungry. What's on the menu? Macca's, kebab, HSP, right? We're all guilty of that. And my background was I was a competitive swimmer.
Me too.
Awesome, really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Most of my life Cairns.
Yeah, that's crazy. I swam most of my life down in Melbourne.
There you go.
Yeah, so my entire childhood and young adult.
Whereabouts in Melbourne were you swimming?
So I was part of a group called Haileybury Waterlines.
Water Lions.
Yep, and then so
My
yep,
parents swam at Water Lions.
that is
My uncle and my
crazy.
mum, Yeah.
That is crazy.
Pretty sure they swam at Water Lions.
Yeah,
I'll double check with
that
them.
is actually crazy. That not only are we both swimmers, but to have some connection in that regard. But to continue on, yeah. So most of my childhood, young adult life was competitive swimming, and then naturally, as I exited the sport, going into the poker industry, I picked up very, very unhealthy habits. We do see a jam from Chang Yun with the Ace King. I like the fold here from Troy for multiple reasons. Now, obviously, it's only like an extra 2 big blinds to call, but we're going back to that conversation we're having before. If you're the chip leader, this is exactly where you want to be at. You don't, obviously, busting Chang Yun would be a pay jump, but this is exactly what you want. You want to keep the short stack in,
going, right?
exactly, so that you can pressure the other stacks. So I really like how Troy recognized that, because a lot of people would think, oh, two extra big blinds, let's just chuck it in. Queen nine's good enough. I did want to mention something a little bit before that. Troy, you mentioned that Troy checked back the A7 and he said, oh, I'm a nit. I want to commend him from that, because I think more people need to be hypercritical of their own plays.
Yep.
I really like Troy as a young kid. I think you said he was 22.
I think, yeah, he and Jack
And
turned 22
yeah.
a week ago.
So I've never played. I think I'm maybe like played a couple hands with one of them. Unfortunately, I don't know which ones. I'll just point that out.
Long
But-
hair, Troy, short hair.
Okay, cool,
Way to go.
cool.
Yep.
But essentially, like what I look for, or like when I look at myself, or when I look at the younger guys coming up, you need to be hypercritical. You need to be your number one hater, if that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right. Poker is a brutal sport that if you are not being hypercritical of your own decisions and hypercritical of your own actions, and actually reviewing and being honest, brutally honest with yourself, you're not going to succeed. I think I talk about a lot ego, arrogance.
Absolutely.
They're not the traits you want in poker, because poker punishes you very hard.
It really has a tendency to just clap back if anything is wrong, as it looks like Troy.
Yeah, he's just
here on
jamming.
Morgan.
Yeah,
Morgan
I think both of those players know that
what's going on.
exactly. and you saw Morgan have a cheeky smile there. I think in his position, if you are in Morgan's position, I know it can be frustrating, but I love how he throws a smile, because it's like, I know what you're doing. I'm gonna stick to it. Yeah, I'm gonna stick to what I do.
I know what I have to do.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. And I think a lot of people, if you get frustrated in these spots and start making decisions, we're playing for a lot of money here, right? Making the wrong decision right now could cost you a lot of money.
So I have to ask, I've just had a quick chat with my mum about Water Lions.
Yes.
Her coach was Wayne Laws.
Yes, he was my coach as well.
There you go.
And I have a lot of respect for Wayne. This actually ties in perfectly to what you were asking before, and like why I decided to go down coaching. After I finished competitively swimming, I actually was a poker coach. Swim coach.
Yeah, me too. I
This is crazy.
I was a learner swim coach for a while up in Cairns.
Yep.
My uncle was a Paralympic coach.
Yeah, that's
He was
crazy.
on the Paralympic team for for France.
Yeah.
He was over there very recently. He was on the Paralympic team the year after Wayne was.
Yeah, that's crazy. Did we just become best friends, by the way?
Probably.
That's insane. Yeah, so obviously the natural progression, you're a competitive athlete, you become a coach, and a lot of the lessons that I grew up with, I give props to my coach. You would know as swimmers,
Yep.
I actually would spend more time with my coach than my parent.
Yep.
The 5 a.m. mornings, swims after school.
My uncle was my coach.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
It kind of got to the point where we were joking about how I didn't want to go to school because I didn't like school at the
Yeah.
time. And he just
Who
kind of
does?
said, yeah, well, like, don't go to school. You learn more here anyway.
Yeah.
You learn more life lessons.
Yeah,
at
100%.
For us and everybody else that's there
Yeah.
anyway. So,
Not
yeah.
only life lessons, but lessons about yourself.
Yeah,
And I
exactly.
think I give a lot of props to my swim coaches, or just any sort of mentor figure that I had in my life. And so naturally, for me, swim coaching was the natural progression to give back.
Yep.
And I just loved instilling the same values that my coaches gave me to the younger generation. And obviously, like I also did learn to swim to start off with, and then eventually transitioned to like junior to state level.
I never coached any squads or anything. It was just like stuff. Yeah.
So for me, I really wanted. Luckily, I sort of had the opportunity to coach squad because I really wanted to coach squad because I felt like that's when I sort of learnt a lot about myself, and it gave me a good opportunity to sort of give back to the kids. And look, I'm not going to say that I'm like the best coach out there and whatnot, but at least I can try and give back, right? And then so naturally, for me, when it comes to poker, I am fortunate that I have found some success in poker. Like, I know it is difficult to find success in poker, but at the same time, a lot of people are successful in poker. I kind of decided to go down this avenue because I felt like as a professional poker player, there's multiple pathways you can go down. And the pathway that I was sort of going down, which is more the cash game scene, it was a lot of take, right? You are essentially taking money from other people if you want to succeed and make real life money in the game.
Absolutely.
And that's just like, I don't look down or I don't, diss anyone who has taken, because it is part of the game, right? We come here to play money, and we come here, everyone who decides to sit on the table, whether it's a tournament or cash game, everyone's decided that they want to play for money, and it is your right to win money.
Yeah.
But that never really sat well with me. And like, you can say what you want about that, but I've decided that my pathway that I want to go down is helping others. Yeah.
Fantastic. Troy with the 10-5 offsuit.
Yeah.
This is putting the chip lead to the test.
Yeah. I like this. I like this. He's going to be not only jamming quite a lot, but also opening quite a lot. Especially if we look at who is in the big blind, which that hand was Hamish. He's obviously a good player. I'm not like personally friends with Hamish, but I know him.
He's a very, very accomplished tournament player.
Definitely. And so he would recognize that. And so it's good to see that Troy also recognizes that.
Okay, covering off a couple of things that are in the chats. Firstly, Liam says that Jordan's dad jokes are from my uncle, which is coincidentally my swim coach. So yeah, chatting to him a lot. Paul Murray says commentary would be good. Don't worry, we're getting to know Nelson. We're also chatting all about the hands that are coming up, Paul. So you just get cozy, my friend. We'll stick around with that. Reva with a question, which is, do you prefer cash or tournaments?
Look, I'm biased because I do have a cash game background, and that's kind of where I came up in poker. We do have a decision here.
Yeah, the King 7 for 3.1. This feels like a mandatory jam.
Yeah. The things to consider from Chang Yung is that even if he does double, he's still the shorter stack. So it's not like he can just fold and try find a ladder. He does eventually have to just get it in. He is coming up to the big blind as well, so King 7 is just good enough.
Too good of a hand to let go, and Timon is going to be pouncing. He is the next shortest stack. But given... Oh, wow, he just calls instead of rejamming. It's a very interesting decision. I thought he would just rejam.
I think so too. I would be interested to see what he thinks about that, but I'm assuming it gives him the opportunity to fold if there is like
crazy action
behind.
As we see an all-in and the call is made. Shang Yun, King 7 of spades up against Timon's Ace Jack. 1/3 of the time Shang Yun is going to double up, but that is the opposite of a favorite in this case. Timon well and truly on his way to get us down to 4. Let's see all 5 and see what happens. A couple of extra out for the King 7, adds an 8, 4 of them. Turn card is another 9, needs to locate an 8, King or 7 on this river. What will it be? The 4 of hearts, as we say, GG.
GG.
Zhang Yuan Huang, eliminated in 5th position. He's going to take himself home $69,125. GG's in the chat for him, guys.
Where's the 6 figures, guys?
Now that we're four-handed, we'll have a look at the dynamic again.
Troy has direct position on the second largest stack, and
Thanks, Brendan.
Yeah, Hamish is not going to be feeling too good about this. I think Hamish has recognized that Troy is not your usual cat in this spot. You come across some people in these large field APL Jackstar Centurion main event tournaments that maybe don't quite have the aggression in them to kind of get the job done. You might be able to take some stuff back, but Troy hasn't let up at all.
I would definitely like to see Timon, Hamish, and Morgan start to amp it up a bit. I think this is a great spot for them. Now, Troy is the chip leader, but for them, finding chips now is very crucial. If you are in those positions, you want to be thinking about where can I find some nice rejams, where can I find some nice 3-bets or opens, right? I think Morgan's position is very nice because he is behind Troy. So if Troy acts, it's very easy for him to just play his hand. But if you're in Hamish, it's quite the opposite.
Yeah, and this is one of those times, King Jack offsuit for Hamish. And Troy has a hand where I know he won't be afraid to make a move if he feels like it is going to work. King Deuce offsuit in the small. Are we going to see him apply some pressure?
He's definitely thinking about it, and I think he should.
No, he decides to let it go, and Morgan's 10-4 is going to be over and out. Hamish takes himself back over the 20 big blind mark.
So going back to the dynamic, the reason why I like position for like, to be honest, any player here has a shot. Like I know Troy is the chip leader, but if you can find some nice rejam spots, get some bluffs through, or even just take down a pre, right? You can put yourself in a really good position to find and momentum. I think at this point of the tournament, momentum is huge.
Yeah, absolutely. DJ wants more swimming, chat. What was your stroke of choice?
When I was a
You're gonna
junior,
guess butterfly.
No.
Oh,
that is
okay.
a good guess.
Right. Okay.
But when I was a junior, I was a middle distance freestyle.
Okay.
So 200,
400.
400.
400s, yep.
And then as I was transitioned like into adult swimming, I became a breaststroker.
Oh, really?
A sprinter breaststroker.
What?
Yeah, this is
100 breaststroker?
yeah, like
Yeah,
50,
right,
100.
okay.
Yeah, like
I was a breaststroker most of my
okay.
time. When I was,
Oh,
when,
let's
when I
go.
was a kid, I was, and then when I was 16, 17, I was more of a kind of 200 freestyler.
Yeah.
You see Timon is snapping off this jam from Troy.
Yeah.
Troy caught speeding, as we say. And this is actually almost for equal chip lead, I think. This pot is worth 37 million. If Troy loses this, he's going to be down to around 38. So this is to become level stacks in the lead. Troy, 39% of the time, however, will get himself well out in front.
This is a very crucial pot right now.
Let's see what happens. Ace-3 deuce doesn't help either player. Needs to fade 6 outs. And the king will actually lock it up. So a full double up for Timon.
And this is what I meant. It's anyone's game. It literally is anyone's game.
Neck and neck. Smilsy wants to know your 50 and 100 meter breaststroke times.
So, wow, it was a while ago. I think I know because it's short course, long course.
Sure. Yep.
I think my long course 50 meter PB was 31.8.
Yep.
And then my 100 long course, I want to say I broke 110. I know I broke 110 for short course. I was definitely more short course specialist. But I can't remember exactly if it was 109.
At what point did you stop swimming? At what age?
20.
Okay.
So it was kind of just that COVID.
Right.
COVID hit.
Yep.
And at that point, I had one more year in me to try and make nationals.
Yep.
And that was kind of the goal I had at that time.
Okay. Yep.
And then COVID hit, and it was kind of just like very, like, I don't want to say unfortunate timing because there's definitely a lot more unfortunate things that have happened during COVID. But for me, I did give it my shot, didn't make it to nationals. But it's one of those spots where it's like, if you put your heart to it and you gave it your all, and it doesn't matter whether you succeed or not. Right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's something that I preach a lot as well. you don't have to be the best as long as you're the best version of yourself.
Yeah,
Getting a
absolutely.
bit philosophical now, but
Yeah, it's very philosophical. I can't say I was ever as quick as you in the breaststroke
Action
circles, but I quit when I was 16. I got glandular fever when I was 16,
Yeah,
so that kind of
shame.
destroyed me. I think at 16 I was doing a 32.7 for 50 and a 111 for 100. But
Killer, bro.
that was a while
Killer.
ago.
Yeah.
I remember being when I was something ridiculous. I think when I
Ooh,
was
got a spot here,
11, I
actually.
hit a 123 or something absurd.
yeah,
But
yeah.
I was really good when I was a kid.
Yeah, yeah.
Anyway, back to the action. Ace Queen for Morgan, and Hamish wakes up with it. Definitely going to be rejamming, and he's on his way to also level up and match stacks with the likes of Timon and Troy. In fact, if he wins this one, he will be the chip leader. So this is a massive change in the dynamic, and the rejam comes out. Ace King, Ace Queen, sick one for Morgan. He's going to have to locate a queen if he wants to stay alive. Hamish, this bot would take him north of 45 million.
Just the triangle of the at-risk click.
Big one right now. A lot of equity on the line.
We have no equal.
You could, someone could try to calculate how much money this
This
run
is
out
a
will be
crazy
worth.
all in.
Is that you, Hamish?
Let's see
Against the
all
Hamish
five.
Kingo.
8, 9, 6, changing nothing. Four of diamonds is a brick. Needs one of 3 queens on the river. Instead, it is the deuce of clubs, and Hamish Crawshaw is your new chip leader. Congratulations to Morgan Ma, taking
GG.
home a pretty solid amount, 100,000 going in his pocket. So 6 figures is our payouts, and it's even more now. Hamish, 33 big blinds is in the lead. Troy and Timon neck and neck at 37 and 36. And all of a sudden, Troy's game plan is going to be changing a little bit.
yeah,
He's gone from
definitely.
the aggressive to the short stack.
Yeah. I'd like to know if what was Troy's biggest score before today. I wonder if this 6-figure score is now his biggest. That'd be
See
interesting
if I
to
can
know.
do some quick searching. See if I can sneak Hendon Mob up here.
Yeah,
This will be the last hand of
Henson Mob.
because that would be a really sick spot for Troy right now. And he's up against 2 guys who have been in the game for a while. I know for a fact this is not Hamish's biggest score.
So somebody's saying that it looks like it was 140k
Okay, cool.
recently. So
Good on him.
getting a look at some of the recent results. Yep,
Yeah.
the 2k main event, he came 3rd back
Wow.
in the Sydney Champs in in May of 25 for 131k. Just a couple of months ago, he came 2nd in the 1k high roll of a 35. So he definitely seems to have some results.
No, it's still.
This is a good one to add to the resume.
Yeah, absolutely. He's already surpassed his largest score ever. Now I'm curious what Hamish's Hendon Mob looks like.
Up next hand. 2 places flop.
Because I know that I've looked at this before because we did a piece last year. Yep, it's already there as a result. So we see the couple queens and a 10. That's a nice one for Hamish. Yeah, Hamish has over 1.5 million US dollars in earnings, with Hamish's biggest prize being 352k Australian, winning the 3k main event back in 2019. So this would actually be his largest result ever if he wins this.
Seat 5 checks.
See
As he-
Hamish turn a full house.
Yeah, turns a boat.
I like the double check, especially just calling pre-flop from the small blind. Ranges are going to be relatively wide, and you would expect Troy to sense some sort of weakness, but even though he's young, he knows what he's doing.
He definitely is happy to take the aggressive line if it works, and Hamish checks his way to the river trapping. Wonder if we're going to see him reach out with a bet of at least 1 big blind and try and extract any value he can. And then the question becomes whether or not Troy decides to turn his 9 of hearts into a bluff.
Seat 5 bets.
No.
2.2 million
Instantly
bets.
relinquishes, as that is a bit more of a meaty bet than he wanted to tango with. 2.2 million goes third. As 48.4 is what Hamish is dealing with right now with the chip lead.
Million?
Just going to double check my phone to see whether or not a certain Elmar or Ragazzini are wanting to come and join me.
They would be off their chops right now.
Let me send Luke a message and see what the go is.
Sorry?
I was hiding my smile then.
I would want to be either. I would
Passing
wanna be
9:15 local time. Definitely been a hell of a grind for these guys. I mean, this is day 3. First days were some of the most obscene things ever seen in Australian poker. I don't think there's ever been a tournament that's had that many entrants on its first day
Yeah.
ever.
Ridiculous. I mean, APL Millions has been a ridiculous series, constantly breaking records.
Yeah.
I mean, the Centurion, where else can you get a single flight, multi-day event with that many entrants for
Yeah, it's
at
crazy.
that price range as well, right?
Those of you watching on Facebook, 434 of you. This is the largest stream that we've had yet this APL Millions. If you are watching, firstly, I'm joined by Nelson Dong. My name is Jordan Bromley. If you are watching, please like the video. I want to try and get as many likes on the Facebook video as possible so we can get poker in front of some new faces. Likewise, if you're watching on Twitch, make sure you follow Play APL, and watching on YouTube, follow and subscribe to the APL YouTube channel. Tim on with an open ender, Troy with 8 high, not really getting the best of these heads up pots blind v blind. Let's see if he can take this one away over multiple streets, starting with a bet on this flop. Another player with a club, though Timon does have that open ender. He's kind of a patented look these days with Timon, with the jumper blocking half of his head, curly hair just
And the
everywhere.
curly hair, yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy.
And seat 4
He did spin this one back from one big blind.
Is that right? I
Yes.
did not know that.
16 players left.
That
I
is-
think he had one big 3 on the turn. Funnily enough, actually giving Troy the best hand.
Well, they do say chip in a chair, right?
They certainly do. He may or may not have been responsible for a bit of a change that was brought in with 2 tables left. Did you hear about this?
No, I did not hear about this.
So play slowed down so much because of the ladders that the 2 tables that were remaining were forced to play orbit for orbit.
Interesting.
So they would play an orbit worth of poker, and if they were ahead of the other table, they would pause.
They'd pause. Okay.
The pause would clock the clock would pause as well.
Interesting.
And it got so bad at one point that the feature table played one hand,
Yeah.
and the other table had finished their orbit.
That is insane. Now, for those of you guys who have played tournament poker, especially this level, you do know that tanking. You would know that tanking is a very controversial topic.
Yep. Looks like he is going to fire when check 2 with the Queen 10. Troy turning a pair, maybe considering whether or not he should be coming along here. We can see someone has 14 outs, which is a pretty healthy amount. He's going to be winning this one a third of the time. Obviously, a club river would kill any action, so the ace, queen, 10, 9 is probably a little bit irrelevant, but see whether or not Troy is going to want to come along or whether or not he is going to potentially turn his hand into a bit of a bluff here. He's asking for an exact count, and he fires in the call. To a river we go.
Non-believer.
Which is a 10, so Timon does get there. And I think this one is just going to go check on the end. Timon able to show this 10 down, beating some ace of clubs X hands, queen of clubs X hands.
Definitely be way too thin for Timon to
check
bet.
it goes.
When he does, he snapchecks it back and takes down the pot.
And all of a sudden, Troy is the clear shorty. Timon up to 44 million. There are the payouts. Ridiculous amounts of money up in this thing. 141k for third, 237 for second, 384 for first. Now I have to ask, playing cash games a lot. I'm seeing a lot of them in your stories. What is the cash game scene like in Melbourne these days?
Unfortunately, Crown hasn't been doing a good job.
Right.
They are working in the right directions, but then they find a way to go back.
Right.
It's one of those
One
step
step
forward, 2 steps back. It's difficult because the games aren't getting up as much, especially if you're playing 5, 10, 20, all those bigger games. I do remiss on all those times, or reminisce, sorry, on post-COVID. Every day getting multiple 5, 10, 10, 5, 10, 20 tables up. And nowadays, it's generally just the weekend. I know I was very spoilt back then because I know we do see Timon rip it
Wow, this is
in.
a big rip.
It is quite a big rip.
Wow, he jams 28 effective blind v blind. Whoa, that's a crazy jam. Shout out to Vinny, Vincent Huang. Hamish Crawshaw is king. Vincent, were you watching earlier when he made one of the sickest folds I've ever seen?
That was sick.
So cut off limps off of 6 bigs with aces. Hamish checks the queen 7 of hearts in the big blind. Flop queen 10 for rainbow. Check from Hamish. Guy bets 1.8 big blinds. And Hamish just folds and walks off.
Fold, yeah, insane.
Folds and walks off to the break. Not even a sweat.
I think 99 out of 100 other
Everybody
players
just put it in.
double up the aces there, but he just finds the fold. Insane.
With that pot, actually, Timon did take the chip lead. Elgar's asking, didn't aces raise? Nope.
No,
Aces
yeah,
limped
he
free.
limped.
Queen 10 offsuit for Timon.
Seat 4 moves all in.
What?
Seat 5 folds.
Troy with ace jack. This just goes in.
This is, may have been a minor misstep there from Timon.
That's a massive rip, and Troy is going to be on the good side of it, I would think. 50 million to the winner of this pot, and Troy with a massive opportunity to get all the way back into the chip lead. What on earth is this rip? 28 bigs effective with Hamish. 9, 7, 5, couple of diamonds. Needs to fade queens and 10s to find a double. 4 of diamonds. Kills a couple of those, one of those 10 outs. The river is the king, and well, easy come, easy go. Straight back into the chip lead.
Easy go.
Vincent, I'm trying to think of the time that you would have been able to see that. Maybe if you scroll back, like, it was literally the hand just before the last break.
Big caller. First nuts, second nuts. Big caller.
So if you scroll back about, what, half an hour, maybe? You might be able to see it just before break time.
Yeah.
In the YouTube stream, you can go back a lot easier than in the Facebook stream.
Okay, yeah, I was going to ask about that because YouTube you can rewind.
YouTube you can rewind.
Beautiful.
Yep. So if I click into the YouTube,
it's good to point out to those of you guys who are watching on Facebook. I was struggling to rewind.
Yeah, let me just try and tell you.
24, 6.
Oh, actually, geez, we've been in here for a while. It was actually, if you go back roughly an hour ago in the stream, Vincent, you'll see the fold that Hamish made. Liam Murray says, actually pretty sick result regardless from Hamish. He's an elite reg, and to navigate this hyper turbo structure to top 3 is very, very sick. Yeah, absolutely, I agree. Plenty of people cheering on at Troy off the back of that outcome.
Button moves to C5.
Surprisingly, the dynamic doesn't change that much.
Not really at all.
It's just a shift of chips.
Yep,
now,
Timon back to being the shorty.
Troy is in position to Hamish.
Oh, Sculpty says he must want this to end. Not much Tim on his hands. That's terrible. That's awful.
Get him out of here.
More of that, please. That's fantastic. As always, guys, if you have any questions for myself or for Nelson Dong, check him out on Instagram at Poker Meets Fitness. Send them through on Facebook, YouTube, or Twitch. We've got all of it going. Going to be hanging out here for a little bit longer. Was there a time that you were going to be ducking off?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
Like, I mean, I know there's a couple of boys who wanted to come in. I think maybe they're waiting to bag or something.
Yep. See what Sean and Luke have to say about it. I'm just waiting on a response from them, so we'll see how we go. Nonconformist has lots of support for Troy from the deep, dark south of Sydney.
Big blind option.
Brennan Hardy says, can someone tell Catherine Young to yell hold louder? I'm having trouble hearing her out the back. Tree Dude says, anyone know how Jack Sweet went in this? He's chip leading. 51 mil. Ace, Queen, Jack, Rainbow. Not a bad flop. Actually, I take it back. That's about as bad a flop as you could possibly have with tens. You still have a gutter.
Turn card.
But Timon just going to check back 7-6. Another jack.
I do like the pre-flop decision Troy has made here. Pocket tens here.
Seat 7
All
checks.
options are actually on the table.
Seat 4
Um,
checks.
whether you want to
The river.
limp, jam, or raise.
Oh, and these guys are going to chop it up.
But obviously, this is not the ideal run out you want to see with pocket tens.
I wonder if Troy ever decides to zip it in here and just say, nope, no money for you. A bet of like 8 million or something. A couple of you guys didn't understand the joke. Yes, I know that is Troy. As he does fire out a block on this river. I mean, a king is the best hand, and Timon lets it go.
The bet there from Troy makes a lot of sense. When it comes to these positions, Troy will be having a bunch of traps. right?
Absolutely.
Just because he limps does not mean he's weak. However, the check back from Timon, especially at this stack depth, is very unlikely for him to have ace. So Troy recognizing that Timon's very capped in this spot, perfect opportunity to kind of turn his hand into a bluff. I know he's got pocket tens, but it would have been a chop pot. But to have a stab there, good on Troy for recognizing that.
Absolutely. Just clarifying the Troy Jack dilemma. I actually know how Jack went in this event yesterday. First break after registration closed, he played a 4-bet pot against somebody and decided to hero the river and actually lost to a bluff. So he knew his opponent was bluffing. He was just beaten by a hand that was ever so slightly better than his. I believe it was ace-9 of spades against jacks in a 4-bet pot on 3, 4, 5, 9 something. So, an interesting one, but yeah, no good for Jack. Didn't make the money. Pegdona says, oh my god, so Troy is the better brother? It would so seem. It would seem. He's the best brother in this tournament still anyway.
I mean, Jack did ship the, was it the opening event?
Opening, yep, did ship the opening.
So he does have bragging rights for trophy.
He has bragging rights for trophy, but not for result.
Not for prize money.
As Troy's cash in this one already is surpassed what the first prize was in the opening.
Sorry, Jack, I was trying to give you some to lean on, but no.
Jack of all but master of none apparently is Troy. As the brothers were actually seated next to each other on the Mystery Bounty FT.
Oh, really?
Yep, they both made the FT of the Mystery Bounty as well.
So they've had both of
the
those.
Survivor Bounty.
They've had a very good show up here.
Yeah, all the money is going back to Mara.
Guess that's how it works, eh?
We all just come here and donate, and Hamish. Now this is where stuff gets awkward for these two, these blind v blind interactions. Hamish with the king 10 suited. Yeah, you can see a hand this strong is just going to limp.
Big blind option. Seat 5
Obviously
calls.
worried about the ICM dynamic. The difference in payouts between third and second, I think, is around 120k. So, no, not quite. It's around $100,000. So pretty absurd, as we are going to see Troy just check it back to a flop we go. 10-9-4, both of these guys connecting, Hamish in the lead.
I think at this stage of the tournament, expertise will come to show. I think when they're relatively, especially Hamish, they're relatively deep. At this stage of the tournament, you're going to be playing a lot of pots, BVB, button versus big blind, and so making any errors in this part of the tournament, we're playing for a lot of money, guys. And so making any misstep could be $100,000 worth of equity.
Yeah, it's pretty ridiculous when a single mistake can cost you 6 figures. And that is obviously what both of these guys are going to be thinking about when battling against each other. We've spoken about ICM situations where you want the shorter stack to bust, and both of these guys don't want to be playing a pot that could lead to one of them busting out right now.
Yeah, definitely with Timon as the shorter stack.
The action goes back to 5.
If you're in Timon's position, you're just like, please, please bet you want these guys to be battling.
Bust. Cooler. I want a cooler. No, not on this occasion. Hamish with the check mark.
Oh, sorry.
No,
you go.
please. No, please.
I was going to say what I was talking about before would actually influence Timon's decision in this exact configuration when he's on the button. He will be changing opening range or his continue range because of this possibility
Definitely.
that these two guys collide. And that's exactly what we're seeing right now as Hamish puts out $5 million bet.
Goes for 2/3 on the river, recognizing that his hand is probably pretty under-repped. Obviously, Troy is going to have a lot of 2 pairs and some offsuit straights and stuff, given it was a checked or a limped pot pre. However, given his hand is so immediately strong, I'm not sure whether he would consider turning it into a bluff on the 5, blocking 8-7. It's an interesting consideration to have, but
He's definitely thinking about it.
Oh,
a lot
yeah.
of dark thoughts.
he's eyeing his stack off, but I don't know whether or not he's eyeing it off to hero. It is to hero, and Hamish is going to win a pot that sets him back into first place. So being from Melbourne, you support any sports teams?
No, I'm a bit boring like that, actually. I don't watch any sport or anything. I have loose affiliations with the Essendon Football Club.
Okay.
But that's because my mom likes the red and black.
Amazing.
And so that kind of just, yeah.
Fantastic.
But I don't, yeah.
That's as good a reason as any,
Yeah.
really.
But other than that, no, I don't really watch too much sports.
All right, and outside of poker and fitness, what would you find you're doing to unwind?
Look, you really put me on the spot because that is literally my life. As sad as it sounds, I'm a bit of like a purist. I just play poker, I just go to the gym, and I just hang out with my missus and friends. That's literally all I do.
Sounds great. Sturncross is giving me a serving in the Twitch chat saying Jordan's trying not to talk sports challenge. So I brought it up with everybody. Well, most of the people that I've had in here are from Melbourne, and Melbourne is like the sports capital of the world, essentially. Oh, I think I might have just died. One moment. Can you guys hear me still? Oh, can you hear me? I think I just dropped out, but I'm back. That's all right. You never know what happens when we're doing live coverage. Is streaming something that you've considered looking at?
Definitely crossed my mind. I haven't really spent too much time looking into it. I know Australia does have, a good few streamers out there. Shout out to Travis Endersby.
Yep,
A lot of you guys would already know him. A big streamer out in the West. But for me personally, I've never really dabbled into it or looked at the logistics of it. It could possibly be something I do in the future. But at the moment, I'm sort of in love with just the social media content creation.
essentially.
Yeah. Like I think, especially short form content. Everyone's addicted to short form content.
Yeah.
I'm definitely guilty of that. And so making it is very fun as well.
Yeah, fantastic. Queen 8 suited for Timon, blind v blind. We've seen him take some wide jams as the chip leader, but that was for a fleeting moment. What's he going to do in the small blind against the chip leader? Looks like he's cutting out like 7.5 mil. Oh, he puts it back. Don't worry. He just puts it back and it's totally meaningless. Are we going to see him request a triangle here? He does. Wow. And he's going to get looked up very quickly. All in call. Queen 8 against 7s.
We have a race.
Hamish with an opportunity to get us heads up. Are we going to be heads up here in the Jackstar? Fist bump between the two guys. Nope, I lied. Bottle of water. 47 million out there. Could this be Hamish's turn to be the short stack? Ace 8, 5. Needs a 7. Instead, it's the 9 of clubs.
He's got some more
A 6 or a 7 on the river, and we will see Timon eliminated. Instead, it's the 4 of hearts. And Timon doubles into the chip lead. Hamish, our new shorty.
It's always a fake sweat when you pick up more equity on the turn. Never comes.
Fake flip, fake sweat,
Yep.
fake everything about that hand. Julius is asking if you have a TikTok account.
No. TikTok actually bans people who post poker content. So I did have a TikTok account for about one day before I posted a poker content and got promptly banned. It's probably something to do with their gambling policy and not wanting to share any gambling content.
I've just shifted seats, so I just want to make sure that you can hear me because I didn't want to sit there having to hold onto that microphone
Don't
for a
blame
long
me.
amount of time because I thought Nikki was going to come back, but as it turns out, she abandoned us, which is sad, but
Fine, just the boys now.
yeah, just the boys.
600.
Getting this count out, getting it all exact, and now it's Hamish's turn to be the shorty.
Taking turns.
So if you are unlucky enough to not make it into the main event day 2, are we going to see you in the 5K?
I will be in the 5K regardless. Or actually, you're right. If I do run deep in the main event, I believe they collide, right? So-
Yes.
But I do plan to play the 5K. Last year, the 5K was insane.
Yeah,
I
the
think
5Ks were
I
last
think
year.
it was almost 300 runners.
Yep.
For that price point in Australia, you just won't get that anywhere else.
No,
like
no
it's
way.
ridiculous.
Yep.
Pretty much every professional Australia poker player is here, and I think a big reason of that is the 5K being
Yep.
extremely, extremely big.
So Liam's just letting me know that you weren't actually banned because of poker content. You were banned for being too handsome.
Ah, okay. That does make me feel a little bit better.
Makes a
you
lot more
for
sense. Action first on Timon. I wonder if he's just going to start ripping again, like what he did before. No, lets it go. Hamish in the small blind. Pocket tens.
We had a similar spot here, but it was Troy with the pocket tens.
Looks like he's going to limp.
And like I said, yes, as before, all options are on the table.
Limps for 800. Troy with one of those hands that 3.5x, right?
Definitely, and that's why he's considering this. Taking hands like this has multiple benefits and reasons for it. The most obvious is that we are definitely bluffing here. I just want to make that clear. If you do choose to raise here with 6 deuce off, you are choosing to bluff, and he does as he goes for it was sizage.
Looks like he's counting out 3 bigs, 4.8 million.
Big blind raises.
And the reason we take hands like this 6 deuce
Seat
off
7 makes it
is
4.8
because
million.
we will be folding out better hand, right? It is towards the junk area, and in these positions we're going to be playing polar. What I mean by that is we're not going to be raising just our strongest hands, right? Because there are some hands that we don't mind just checking back, because if we raise and Hamish jams, we could be putting ourselves in really tough positions.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so Troy recognizes this is a polar raising range. And so he will be, of course, raising aces, kings, queens, ace, king. But at the same time, you need to balance it out with some bluffs that if you do get raised,
Seat
it is a
7
very
folds.
happy snap fold. And that's kind of making your game easier to, right?
Yeah, and Hamish is going to find the limp 3-bet to not 10k, but 10 million. And he's going to win that pot on the spot. Takes himself back up to 30. Troy at 41. Timon still hovering around that 48 million mark, and 384,000 is a mightily large playing for. Damien Dendy says 6 deuce offers the nuts, though. Well, one question that I'm getting every single time I go live is what is your opinion of Will Kassouf?
My opinion on Will Kassouf. Have a funny story.
Oh,
when I was
okay.
in Vegas, I didn't get the chance to play on his table,
Right.
but I was on the table next to him,
Oh,
and I did not bring headphones that day.
rip.
Massive mistake.
Huge punt.
Massive error on my part. It was insane the entire day. I can't remember exactly what tournament it was, but just the entire day, just in the back of my head, I just hear him chattering on.
He
or
didn't shut
doing-
up.
Did not shut up.
Wow. That's
So
insane.
in that regard, obviously, not the greatest impression on him, but I'm sort of indifferent. Like, I think poker does need characters. I think poker does need villains as well. Is the stuff he does like out of line and too far? Probably, but that would be boring TV if it wasn't, right?
Of course, yeah.
And if you want to think about like, is it good for the game? I know there's arguments on having any eyes on the poker scene is good.
All
for-
publicity is good publicity, right?
Exactly. But there's of course there's a line that needs to be drawn on when does it just become too far.
Yep. Troy raising the king 8 offsuit from the button. Timon, ace 5. Wow, he's not going. He's doing jamming, but not with this hand. Apparently, Hamish with the queen jack offsuit. Definitely going to be at least defending this one, I would think.
Timon is dangerous. When you have a player who just goes off the vibes and just goes off the feels,
Yeah.
it is very, very dangerous.
Good way to put it. It's just off of the vibes.
Yeah.
Some people would say off his head, but off the vibes is...
Because he definitely had a decision there. I think I wouldn't blame him to think a little bit longer, possibly finding a 3-bet there.
5 checks.
But he chooses to take the safer route and just fold.
Yeah. So we see the queen 8 deuce. Top pair for Hamish. Troy with middle pair, neither with a diamond. Hamish 79% locked to win this hand, but Troy is for sure going to be stabbing, so we're going to see what eventuates on the turn. Looks like he does fire in a bet. And do you think we'll see a check raise here from Hamish?
He will definitely consider it, and I think he will. In this sort of, you've got 15 big blinds behind, final 3. It's one of those spots where Troy will be firing and c-betting here quite frequently, and you don't want to give any equity that Troy has, which in this case would be a king. It'd be disastrous to sort of hands that Troy would be opening. Troy's going to be opening Queen 10, Queen 9, and so just getting the money in here, I could definitely see Hamish looking to find a raise, and he does cut out.
Seat 5 raises to 8.2 million.
Yeah, he takes it to 8.2, which is a touch under 3x. And this is sizing very nicely. Turn jam. I have to feel that that is the way this one is going to be going. Going to be going? Look at me go.
I think it's important to recognize when your final 3 ranges are going to be much more wider than regular full ring or even short-handed. And so in this spot, Queen Jack, you flop top pair, you're feeling good.
Yeah.
Troy has a decision now with second pair and a decent kicker.
Do you think we ever find him 3-betting the flop? 3-bet jamming the flop with no diamond?
Yeah, I think you brought up a good point. No diamond. I just don't think that would be the correct play. Turning this 8 into a bluff does not make sense because a queen, I cannot see Hamish raising here to fold, right? I think it'd be very unreasonable to try fold a better hand. What Troy's thinking about is what are Hamish's bluffs, right? And he does. He does have, I think Hamish is a good enough player to think to find bluffs in this position. Troy is just weighing up how much value does Hamish have here and whether or not his king 8 is good.
And the longer time goes on, the more I think that he's probably going to err the way of the passive choice. I mean, middle pair, second best kicker is so strong often here, and looks like no, he does reach, but how deep is he reaching? Looks like he fires in the call.
$8.5, 300 change.
Yep, he does make the call. To a turn card we go. What will it be? The ace of spades. This is an interesting card for Hamish.
Hamish is throwing up in his mouth right now. Because when we do think about Troy's possible continues facing the check raise, a lot of it is ace high. Not a lot as in he's going to be floating all the ace highs with a diamond, and that's exactly why we see a check here from Hamish, correctly recognizing that this ace is no good for him.
Yeah. It's one of those spots that we see in cash game study a little bit, I guess. On the ace turns, usually we're checking or big 20 in 3-bet pots, that kind of thing. And he's recognizing that this is real.
Question for Troy is, does he now want to start using this turn card as a bluff? Right?
At this SPR, do you think it's an appealing prospect?
No, not necessarily. I think when you've got an 8 here, we want to get to showdown as quickly as possible.
You just want to hope to beat some of those hands like the 9-6 of diamond, the 5-3 of diamonds that are check raising and having to check turn, and we'll see what happens and whether or not Troy will reach out and try and take it away. Eyeing off the chips. What is this? Comes with block, 4.5 million.
This is fearless. I like it. Recognizing how good this turn is for him and putting Hamish in an absolute blender.
Quick comments on YouTube saying props to Nelson. Love listening to him tonight. Seems very cute. There you go.
Wow. It's actually to say that I appreciate that.
Hamish not going anywhere just yet. Flicks in the call. To a river we go. 34.2 million. What are we going to see? Sometimes it is just your day. The king of clubs on the river. Troy. Merry Christmas, my friend. Hamish, you poor, poor bloke.
What a sickening run out for Hamish right now. On the flop, you are fist pumping, ready to get it in, and you see an ace king run out. This is sick. He knows inevitably Troy is going to put him to the final test.
Yeah, all the chips are going to be going in here, and Hamish has a decision to make. All of the Troy fans in the chat are stoked with this river. Yeah, he does jam. And Hamish feels physically ill. I know I would if I was dealing with this. What are we thinking, Nelson?
There's probably a couple things Hamish is running through his mind. The first thing I would guess he's considering is what other hands does he have in this position, right? Obviously he's got Queen Jack, but does he ever have an ace that check raises? Possibly. Maybe, you know, ace X of diamonds. Does he ever find a king or 2 pair or maybe Jack 10? Probably not. So in this position, like, even though he does have 3rd pair, doesn't necessarily have that many better hands that would play this way, right? Next thing we would want to consider is, well, do we hold any nice cards that interact with Troy's value range, right? The queen, of course, itself reduces the chance that Troy has hand like ace queen, pocket queens, king queen, which is obviously beating him. But more importantly, and probably a lot of people recognize as well, is the jack, right? It is blocking Jack 10, which does fit into Troy's range, right? Having a gut shot on the flop, turning the ace, now double gutty, but also pouncing on that ace as a bluff and now getting there. He would definitely be thinking, how does this jack interact? The last thing Hamish was probably thinking...
Wow, he called.
Oh, that's so disgusting.
Sick.
And he announces that that is so disgusting as Hamish Crawshaw is eliminated in 3rd position. GG's, my friend, 3rd place for $141,125. And just like that, we are heads up. Troy Sweet with the chip lead. Timon Prill
And they're relatively close. This heads-up match could be a fun one.
We're going to stop for a minute.
It was funny, just as I was going through my thought process, I felt like Hamish and I were at the same stage as well. We don't have a diamond in our hand. I mentioned is that
Yeah.
a lot of Troy's bluffs would include missed diamonds, and just not having a diamond, having the jack, and being relatively, high on your range, he does decide to flick in the call.
Yeah, pretty big call for Hamish. Unfortunately, it does not work out for him.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm not sure whether or not there has been any mention whatsoever about pausing to look at numbers.
Trying to make your brother feel jealous.
walk out there? No, there we go. Jack 5 and Queen 4 as we've got some news. A lot of you people are not fans of deals getting made, but I'm sorry to say that today is your lucky day. No deal. These guys had a very brief conversation, and it basically came to the conclusion that, nah, let's just play. Let's just play 170k heads up.
We love that. Absolutely love that. Especially for Troy, 22-year-old kid, and you're playing for, you know, what would you say it was, 170?
Well, let's have a look. So 1.9 in prizes. First is 384. I think second was 240.
240.
So yeah, so that's a 150k heads up battle.
Let's freaking go.
Let me know in the chat if you played a heads up. I'm not. Naj comes on, then I might believe that. Calling the Jack of Diamonds. No, betting the Jack of Diamonds. Tim on. With that Queen of Diamonds is probably going to want to peel one. Yep, he fires it in. It's unfortunate that the action is blocking his stack, but I can confirm that he's got 39.
I love this split screen action. This is awesome. We find a repeat 10 on the river.
Yeah, 10 of clubs bricking things off, and now it's a matter of Troy is going to empty the clip. We know that he is not afraid to. The question is how much. Clip is asking if there's been any deal. No seal. No deal. We are playing for what is advertised. The first streamed table that we've had, no deal made.
Oh, really?
As far as I'm aware.
Oh, okay.
There was a deal in every single one of them.
Yeah.
As he decides to check it back, and he's not happy to see that the Queen High is going to win.
Yeah. Maybe it's the nerves getting to him a little bit.
Maybe, yeah.
But would have liked to see a barrel there. But I can understand the repeat 10 might scare him off a little bit. But I really like this heads-up battle we're going to have. It's almost like the battle of disciplines. Troy seems to be quite calculated, you know, picking his spots. And we have Tim on, who's just there for the vibes, man. He's just here for the vibes.
And vibes can get you quite a long way. I mean, 48 million is a large amount of chips to be having.
Yeah. I think it'll be really interesting to see how these two styles and how these two guys play heads up. Because if you've played heads up before, you know that it's a completely different game.
Heads up's kind of the game where vibes kind of show their face the most, right? I mean, what was it Doug Polk had talking about the olden days where people were playing heads up battles online and people had styles. Like there were certain people that just take it like 3-bet and 4-bet everything, other people that would take it to the streets.
Yeah.
And I think we might see some spiciness from Tim on battle. He's been, what's the word we'll use? Unusual is probably not the right one. He's been non-standard.
Yeah,
I think is the way that.
Good way to put it.
Because I'm just seeing that we're having a little bit of issue. Our microphone cutting out, guys. I'm sorry. Not quite sure what is causing it, as everything seems to be. May be the connection. So unorthodox. That is what I'll use. So I'm sorry if we're cutting out. It's outside of our control. I believe it is a net issue. Oh, here we go. Here's somebody in the chat flexing. Shireen, I've played somebody for more than a up. Yeah, sure, but that was in a 10K, so that's a bit like Ace Queen 7.
I think he still deserves that one.
Yeah, I think that's fair enough. Just give me 1 second, Nelson. This is going to be a bit jolting. Just trying to find a way to fix these mic issues, as it looks like Timon just took that one down on the ace high board. Let's see if I can find any way.
No, fold. Sorry, 7 fold.
Look, we're just gonna go with it.
I thought
I'll do some testing later and I'll find it. But for right now, unfortunately, we're just going to have to go with it. Everybody's asking about a deal. No deal. No deal. Let's
No deal.
play. No deal made. All the money is table.
7 check.
Ace, Jack, 3.
7 check.
Queen high for Troy. No backdoor flush draw. Tim on with 9 high. Obviously not the best hand either.
Check.
Grant Denyer on commentary. Yeah, no deal. Get your X's out.
What a show, Deal or No Deal. I remember
7
watching
check.
that growing up. That was
Great show.
my mum's favorite.
Deal or no deal. Ready, steady, cook.
Oh yeah.
All the post school
School,
shows.
yeah. The lineup, I remember.
Vimal Dunpath, no.
No deal.
Jack on the river is this queen high is the best hand.
These guys have just checked it through. I have a feeling Timon is going to stab at this.
7 check.
Looks like a check from Troy, and Timon is going to have to bet if he wants to win. Blinds at 1 million, 2 million. Have you ever played a tournament? Sorry, where the blinds got to 1 million. Cut out. I keep cutting out. This is very frustrating. Tell me, at the APO, what did you finish on?
I actually don't even remember. I feel like I should because it was my biggest score that I've played. I don't think we did. Can't really answer that question.
Playing tournaments where plaques are involved are a little kind of cool thing for me. I
Yeah.
love the use of plaques.
Okay, yeah.
I feel like I'm in a Bond movie.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah. The Casino Royale.
Yeah. Push those plaques forward.
And that was a quick call by Troy there, and I like it. Like, it does seem sick. Oh, he just called there with Queen High, but remember, heads up, ranges are super wide, super wide, and so given the action checking all the way down to the river, Timon is going to be having to feel like he's forced to find a lot of bluffs there, right? And 9 high is not an exception. And Troy recognizes that Queen High in this spot, it's just going to have to be a call.
That actually is a good question that I wanted to ask you. I haven't asked anybody else. What's the craziest hero call you've ever made?
The craziest hero call I've ever made.
I have a funny one, but I'll let you go.
Yeah,
I've spoken about this before.
nothing really springs to mind, but I've had someone have the craziest hero call against me, and it's been with me for the longest of times.
Right.
And I've actually talked about it before
Okay.
in some of my content.
Yep.
But I remember like this would have been like years ago when I was first a young kid getting into the streets. Was playing at kind of first got introduced obviously through Crown, but then eventually found my way to like cash game home games.
Yep.
And as you do as like a 19, 20-year-old kid, I'm playing with like almost my entire bankroll on the table.
I know what that's like. Yep.
As you do. And naturally, I was just an aggressive aggro kid, as a lot of people are. And going to these games, these people knew this. Like everyone knew, kind of known as like, the blaster. And back then, I had some pride in that. But one specific pot I remember specifically. Essentially, long story short, it was a 3-bet pot, and I triple barrel and get called by Queen High, and lose.
Wow.
And I remember just being like, "What is happening?
What is happening?"
And at that point, that was like, a very very big part of my bankroll, and I just got hero called by Queen High, and I had to really look at myself in the mirror that night.
Getting to the river here. 4 of hearts as King 7 is the best of it. This 7-6 no good. They're going to show it down, and Timon's getting the better of Troy so far in this heads-up battle.
He is definitely, but that being said, Troy hasn't been losing that much chips. I think I would have liked to see Timon fire a bet there. Like, I know he just has a 7 and there's just so much out there. There's a flush, obviously a queen or higher pair. But given the line, you can go for thin value in heads up, right? A pair is much stronger than it normally is. And a classic example of why you could bet, there's like the hand before, Troy called down with queen high. You can get hero called by, ace high, king high. So finding these thin value bets at this stage of the tournament, they add up. If you do end up having, the luck of the draw and hitting more flops than the opponent, you need to take advantage of that.
Absolutely.
As we do see Troy
Raise
with the ladies,
4,
pocket queens. Let's see if he can make the most out of this hand. And unfortunately, the Jack 4 Robbie is not going to do it. Jack 4-0.
So I
Thank you.
I made a hero call that, in a way, hindered the next 2 years of live poker for me because I made the hero call and then round. I found a hero in a 1k pot in 2-5 with 8 high.
Oh my god. That's got to be the world record. 8 high.
Yeah. I put a guy specifically 7, and I had 8-7 on a 5-4x, a 5-4 queen deuce board, and yeah.
Is that literally like the only hand you beat?
It's the only hand I beat. Yeah.
That is fucking early.
I mean,
I
7. Well,
okay,
but,
yeah.
I wasn't really.
Yeah. You know what that reminds me of? I don't know exactly the context of it, but there was like this clip going around of Tony Hawk playing poker against Maria Ho.
And doesn't realize what he has.
He literally the third nut low or something like that.
Yep.
And he just calls
correctly.
And she has like the second nut low or the nut low.
Yep.
And he's just like, yeah, I knew that. I love that because Tony Hawk is just doing side quests. I don't know why he was playing poker.
Yeah, I think it was a celebrity.
Okay.
I think it was like a Poker Go celebrity cash game or
Yeah.
a celebrity tournament maybe.
Yeah.
Tim on with the 4 deuce suited. Troy setting a trap, not falling for it. Check shove asking, are these players pros? I believe Troy is. I'm not sure about Timon.
Timon is I don't know him that well, but I have played with him. I know he's a traveling player. He definitely knows, like, he has his play style. He knows the game. He's much more street exploitative, and especially in these big fields and these buy-in ranges, that can be very profitable.
Absolutely.
So I would not be surprised if Timon is a profitable player. It's very tough to play against these types of players that are super aggressive, super spontaneous, and put you in tough spots.
So just quickly, I missed this in the chat. Travis Endersby. This is a Travis T.
Yeah.
If you guys are watching on Twitch and you haven't or followed him on Twitch, go over to This Is a Travis T. Streams a lot of online stuff, fantastic content. Saying, Adam Thagard heroed me 2 days ago. 2x pot river, we had the same hand, queen high. That's insane.
Oh, classic.
APL needs a heads-up tournament. I agree. I think given
That would be sick.
how insane this series is, a heads-up tournament relatively early in the series when there's not a crazy amount of people here and there's no space, I think it would be a fantastic idea.
I was going to say that. I was thinking about the logistics of
Like
it.
capped at 32
Yeah,
or
something
something
like that, yeah.
Like a 2K heads-up capped at 32
Yeah. I was
going to
say,
awesome.
like, get some of the pros in earlier. Because, like,
Yep.
that might actually, for me, might tickle my fancy and come in a
could
bit
get
earlier.
you here earlier, yeah.
So it'd be good. We can already start to see there's a bit of a style difference in this heads-up match. Troy is pretty much V-pipping 100%. And I think that I would agree that is probably the more standard
Especially
approach.
with the full big blind ante.
Exactly. It's definitely the more standard approach. But we have seen Timon make just like even laydowns when he's in the button / small blind. So we're already seeing some style differences. It could come down to just not being as well versed in the standard approaches of heads up. As we do see Troy now have chip lead, significant chip lead, 2-1.
I will just give you one more shout out before we call this one, given there's 400 people on Facebook. If you want to learn more about poker, if you're considering getting coaching, Nelson is relatively new on the coaching scene, but doing a fantastic job of it at the moment. Check him out on Instagram at Poker Meets Fitness. That's MEETS. And give him a follow. And check out some of the content he's got. It's absolutely fantastic. Definitely worthwhile checking out. And I haven't done this all day, but I will. If you feel like following me and my poker, I'm going to be posting stuff from tournaments and series and stuff, commentating stuff in Asia, playing cash in Asia, a bunch of other stuff around the shop. Check me out, Jordan Bromley Poker on Instagram, posting up memes and stuff when I'm not talking about poker. Posted up a meme yesterday, and people just kept messaging me going, "What is this about? This is ridiculous." Like I'll try to remember. It was something about Sisyphus, and it was just ridiculous. You know who Sisyphus is?
No, I don't.
Eternally pushing the rock up the hill.
Oh, okay, yes.
It's like a Greek mythology thing. The stupidest thing, but I found it so funny. Yeah.
Let's have a look.
So bad.
Now I know why people are just like,
Yeah,
what is
that is absurd.
Oh my god.
743 Troy not sticking around. For those of you who obviously are not, you can't see because it's it's on my phone. It's you know how you have those charts that have two intersecting circles.
The Venn diagram.
Venn diagram. So Drive Time DJs and Sisyphus, bringing you the same great classic rock night after night. So ridiculous.
Oh my god.
Wow, there's 400 on YouTube as well. Wow. I don't count because I basically popped it out, so we've just got the chat. But 400 people on YouTube. Go. That's insane.
That is insane.
We've been trying to get into YouTube, and we haven't really done too many YouTube streams in the past, but I'm really glad to taking off as well. If it's your first time watching an APL stream, this is a tournament series, an organization based in Australia. So this is a tournament being held on the Gold Coast, on the east coast of Australia. Fantastic spot and massive prize pools, apparently. I mean, this is a 1,500 event, a 3-day 1,500 event that's got almost 400k AUD up top. Those of you who are, perchance, on the North American side of things, this is a, 230k USD up top for a 1k buy-in?
Yep.
Yeah,
sounds
pretty
right.
crazy.
230.
Getting a look at this board, the 4-3-3 Troy, 8 high. Timon with the best hand, 10-9 offsuit. Check Shop asking how long this MTT has been going. This is day 3. James Hyde says hot tub stream at 500. Only if you're running the Jimmy. Damien reckons Australia isn't real, it's a myth. Yeah, we're just figments of people's imaginations, really.
Beep, boop, boop. I love that stab from Troy. Going back to the styles of a heads-up play, I did mention that Troy's basically V-pipping 100%.
Yeah.
And the reason behind this is heads-up, you just need to be getting involved. And when you are specifically on the button, you're going to be playing a lot of hands, and so you should be limping a lot. But that doesn't mean you're going to only be limping bad hands. You should also be finding some strong hands in that limping range.
Like people say limping range, quote unquote,
yeah.
right?
Yeah. And the reason behind that is exactly that. You can find these stabs in position because your range is quite reputable. Just because you're not raising pre-flop does not mean you have a strong hand. And playing in position, heads up, you want to be involved in every single opportunity because, as you guys know, if you play poker, being in position is a very powerful tool.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so maximizing the times you can play in position is crucial, and it's good to see Troy is recognizing that and taking advantage of not only recognize as he does have a chip lead here.
Yeah, a couple of questions on YouTube. Firstly, the Prophet Paddock. Does Troy model as a full job and a poker player? I actually think he has a full-time job as a Jack Sweet impersonator. Twin jokes. Val's asking numbers for the 5K Jordan estimate. Look, everything this series has been about 20% larger than last year. So if we're going by those numbers, I think anything under 350 is probably going to be a bad outcome for the 5K. So
that is You know, I've notoriously been undershooting all the over-under line in this series. 350 does seem ambitious, but honestly, could just be my skepticism. But 350 would be insane for a fight.
So doing the numbers at 350 entries at 47.50, because it's 5K plus 250, I think is the rate for the 5K. Is that correct, or is it 4,700 plus 300?
I can't say.
Not sure.
I'm not sure.
One of those two. If
Bet 4.
that worked, you can get a prize pool of 1.6 million, which would put around 400K
Insane.
up top
Yeah.
in the 5K.
That is insane for having the Centurion, Jackstar, and 5K all over 300K for first in Australia. This is the place to be.
Shout out to Jake Farrell saying better vibes than WSOP final. Facebook comments, YouTube on the TV.
7
Plenty of memes to go around as Troy comes along with the float against top pair on this 3 double deuce board. To a turn card we go. Queen of clubs is not going to help. Apparently it's 300 rate for the 5K. Thank you. So if we do that number. Yeah, I mean, it's still a 1.64 million prize pool, which is more than what the
Insane.
Centurion.
Yeah.
6 million.
Timon reaching. I mean, this is an awkward one because Troy is obviously going to have a limited range. I expect that if he's balancing stuff, he's probably going to have a raising some of his offsuit deuce X. So this board is definitely much better for Timon.
Yeah, definitely. But that being said, ace high is pretty strong. Going back to the heads up dynamics, having a pair is hard.
Very hard.
Having a pair is hard heads up, and so having ace high here, I could definitely see Troy continuing one more street. Something worth noting is that in this configuration, Timon's been pretty passive.
Yep, absolutely.
Now all of a sudden he's gone for bet. Troy's definitely needs to recognize what does this actually mean.
Yeah, if somebody's relatively passive and suddenly taking the aggressive line, it's the only thing that he's over bluffing. 26 million out there to the river, which is the 8 of hearts, changing not a thing. This pair of 3 is still the best hand. Also, thank you to the guys tuning in on Twitch. Over 100 people watching there. Timon checking it over. Troy happy to show it down. That pair of 3s, probably recognizing that by the time he gets to river, he may not have the best hand, but got to check back and pray. 2 questions on YouTube. Prophet's asking, when's the next big APL series and where? I believe there's an APL PT in Brisbane in October, towards the beginning of October, so keep your eyes out for that. Washme's asking, was there a deal made? No deal. Absolutely no deal. These guys are playing 150K heads up right now.
Absolute sickos. Absolute sickos.
If you guys have any questions for myself or Nelson, feel free to send them through. We've got all the chats open. And I will let you know that today is going to be the final day for non-main coverage. Tomorrow is going to be the last 2 flights of the main event. It's going to be a long one. I'll be in here from the beginning. We're going to be talking about some super deep poker, given we're going to be from level 1 of the main event comms, I think. I may give myself a little bit of a break in the morning.
Yeah.
Might come in some point in the mid-afternoon, but we're definitely going to be talking some deep play.
Oh, so you guys are going to be streaming the day 1 of the main?
Yep, the last 2 days.
Yeah,
yep,
okay.
Last 2.
That is sick, actually.
We did it last year, and it was really cool because there were a lot of guys that were here that had already tagged.
Yep.
So we got to chat to all kinds of people.
Yeah.
And then obviously day 2 for the guys that don't make it through, they come in and chat because events.
Yeah.
Last year I had some of the funnest conversations I had all season during that period of time. So Connor Hudson saying, what do you mean 150K heads up? So when they're placing. So if you get a look at the payouts, first is 384, second is 237. So the difference between those is almost 100 grand. So right now these guys have locked themselves up 237K, but if they win this heads up battle, they're going to be taking home a further 150,000. Julius is asking, will there be a live stream for the Ville series? I believe so. I think we will have the live stream as, wow, Timon limp folding A7-0.
Yeah.
That's pretty tight.
I can understand
Yeah, fold.
this sort of from our perspective, it's like, how can you fold a7 there? But if we think about the styles, and I've touched on this multiple times, but Troy's been playing very passive pre-flop, just limping, just checking, and then now all of a sudden he did choose a bigger sizing. I would be interested to know whether or not Troy, or how exactly he structures his raise sizes, because he did go for, I believe, 4 big blinds. And
7 raise.
unsure whether he has more sizes pre-flop, but from Timon's perspective, a guy is just only limping and calling, and then now going 4x pre-flop. I can understand why Timon would let that one go.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, quick shout out to Reese Kelly saying, "Hi, Jordan. You now have a new follower." So, Reese, don't know who you are. I blasted plenty of money off to you in a home game. Don't think I haven't forgotten about when I decided to take 4x rip with ace high as a bluff with the nut flush blocker, and you just call me down with a flush. So, I mean, joke's on me for thinking you were not strong there. As we see, Troy is pretty strong here.
This
King
could
5,
be pot.
top 2 against the open-ender backdoor flush draw of Timon.
And someone like Timon, who's been shown he can pull the trigger, I would not be surprised to find
3 call.
some fireworks on this flop. But no, I'm wrong. He chooses to play the passive route,
4.5.
just call with his open ender and backdoor flush draw.
And it looks like the call is going to be made by bringing this pot out to 19 million. The Jack of Clubs doesn't change a thing. 2 pair still the best hand, and now we're going to find out just how adhesive Timon is. I learned that one from Ali. He was asking whether or not things were adhesive in nature. What does he mean? And then I meant sticky.
Oh,
He's sticky.
yeah.
I'm like, okay. Obviously, stickiness in poker is a pretty common thing. Let's see just how sticky Timon is going to be here against the King 5, Troy. What size do we think? 12 million?
He should be setting up for a jam. Like when you have 2 pair here, heads up.
Taking those geometric sizes for the river.
You river, and so would not be surprised if he chooses a size that would leave Timon.
11 million.
He chooses 11 million.
Three fold.
Just fold.
Not sticking around. So what's next, Nelson? Where are we off to next?
Like after the series?
Yeah.
Yeah,
What's the plans for the remaining?
I'm actually taking some time off and going to Hong Kong and Japan with the missus. That'll be fun because I haven't had a break for a while actually. Back to back APO Vegas or APO Melbourne, Crown, Play Live Vegas, and then now this. It'd be good to sort of take a little bit of time off. But after that, I'm super pumped for the rest of the year because I will be, shameless plug here, having my next cohort of Up the Stakes.
Amazing.
And so I've been prepping a lot for that and taking this sort of next 2-3 weeks as a little break so I can ramp up and really do my best in that regard.
Any little things or tidbits you can tell us about that one? Obviously, a lot is going to be cohorts.
Yeah,
so I don't
yeah.
want to get too much shape, but
No,
any
I
little
mean-
whispers you can get?
Look, honestly, like I'm a pretty open book. If anyone asks me anything, I'll answer it like as honestly as I can. And pretty much everything you need to know about the upcoming cohort is all on my Instagram page. If there is anyone who does want to consider, taking the game more seriously, I actually, I'll be completely honest. I think that you can learn so much without paying a single dollar. Especially in today's sort of like environment of social media and content creation. There's just so much that you can do or learn. The problem is that having this information, like great power comes great responsibility.
Of course, yeah.
You need to have action and actually implement it. And the reason why I'm bringing this up is because I think like the biggest difference between good poker players and great poker players or even just people who are wanting to get into the game and improve their game, you need to take action. Right?
Yeah, absolutely.
You need to take responsibility, and relying on others isn't always going to be the long-term solution. So that's why, like, a lot of the stuff that I preach is not so much me spoon feeding you. It's I'm setting you up to be able to improve your own game at your own pace without relying on anyone. And honestly, like, I'll be completely honest, if you sign up to the 33-day email sequence, which is completely free, and you go through all 33 days worth of emails and do all the actionable tasks, you probably don't need me.
Yeah,
Like,
right.
You probably don't need me. And like, I'm super confident in this, and I'm super happy, and I'm willing to actually say that, because honestly, if you are willing to actually do that, you deserve it anyway.
Yeah, sure.
You know what I mean? And I think that's the biggest thing in the poker community, is that everyone's too scared. Everyone's gatekeeping.
Yeah.
Everyone's like, no, I don't want to share. I want you to pay first, and then then I'll tell you all the secrets. It's like, dude, I can literally get it all for free if I really wanted to. So the thing is, if you really that dedicated to doing it, you could literally get everything you need for free. That's probably the first thing I would say. But then the business side of me is obviously like, okay, well, I still need people.
I still need to eat.
Yeah,
you know?
exactly. Honestly, that's my philosophy with life. Like,
Yeah.
I talked about it before, but if anyone's not here, like, I truly believe poker needs more abundance mindset people. I think a lot of people live in like scarcity mindset, where it's like, I stick to myself, I play my own game, I don't share my secrets. But like, for example, a stream like this where we're talking strategy, and it's only going to benefit the game. Like, why would we come in here not strategy and try to hide secrets? It's like, we want more eyes on the game. We want people to, get better at the games. Like, it literally doesn't detriment anyone.
I agree, but I also, in a sense, I mean, obviously you want to get people more involved in the game, and you want to keep poker fun at the same time. Well,
Yeah,
sometimes
definitely.
we can come in here and we can strategy. We
Yeah,
can have a strategy
definitely.
for hours and hours and hours, and that's great. I love it. I personally, have you met Tom McGuire, my housemate? You might have played with Tom at APO.
Yeah, I don't know him that well, but like, yeah.
Tom and I would play poker. We'd go and play cash. We'd come home. We would talk about poker from midnight, and we would read it's 5 a.m. We're talking about the news.
Yeah,
And we are just so far off topic from where we started. I could talk about it forever. But I totally understand as well that if we're trying to get poker in front of larger audiences, you got to have fun with it.
That is true.
And that's why I'm constantly in here doing commentary, telling jokes, talking shit, just trying to have as much fun as possible. And I think that finding the middle ground and keeping
That's
it
the
fun,
trick, right? Yeah.
it's the sweet spot.
Yeah,
That's the good
definitely,
stuff. That's the good secret sauce.
I have to give you so much credit for doing this, because like, those of you guys who do know me, I just love talking poker.
Yeah.
Like, I just can't stop talking
It
about
becomes
poker.
so addictive at some point,
Yeah.
because like people ask me what it's like learning poker, especially people that don't play it or don't know anything about it. Like, poker's great. You can start at the absolute base level, and you could play poker for 100 years, and you could still be learning.
Yeah,
this.
exactly. Yeah. And that's what I love sort of preaching with. Like, doesn't matter what level you are bad.
Yeah.
Like, if you talk to any of the pros or any of the top guys, they will always say, I have so much to learn. Like, I'm not even at my peak. Right?
Absolutely.
And like, that's just how crazy this game is. And that's why we all love it, right? It's so addicting.
Definitely.
In that regard.
All right, let's get back to some hands, because we could talk like that for ages, but you guys are here to watch a battle. King suited fought Timon. Puts in the call. Jack deciding to raise the Jackstar and not limp it.
He's switching up. He's switching gears, and that is a very powerful tool in heads up, because oftentimes in heads up, all you can really sort of judge off is like the exploits you can make off your opponents, right? Because it is sort of just you and another guy or another girl, another player, and
Another opponent.
Villain. And so if you do pick up some things and you notice some strategies, being able to adjust and make changes on the fly like Troy has here is very powerful. And it'll be interesting to see how Timon responds to that.
Timon still comfortably second in chips. I mean, looking up at the top, Troy with a commanding lead. Looks like he's going to fire in a second shell.
7 bet.
I wonder if Timon can sniff this one out.
And this is a word that I don't bring up lightly. Combinatorically, how do we like Troy's decision to take the Jack of Diamonds, 7 of Spades? No heart, no club, totally unblocking all of the draws. One of the nice ones to take as a bluff, as a sheer air bluff in this spot.
I'm just going to be honest. I don't know what that word you just said. I have no idea what
really?
that means.
Okay.
I hope I'm not the...
3 check.
We're like, what? You said something, combo something, and then my mind is completely blank.
So combinatorics in poker is counting the combos.
Okay, that makes
And,
a lot more sense.
Yeah. Obviously, the combo that he's utilizing here, the Jack of Diamonds, 7 of Spades combo, not interacting at all with the hearts or clubs.
Yeah, it is interesting because like there's a couple things you want to take into account when you do choose to bluff. It's like, firstly, usually we like to have equity, right? When you do choose to bluff, you like to have some equity, but in this case, he doesn't. So why would he take that? Well, because it means it is more likely that Timon has a draw because he doesn't block any of those draws. And so from Troy's perspective, he might be thinking, I'm going to take this hand because Timon's going to call with those draws and I can apply pressure just like he is now.
Yeah, it looks like he's going almost 20 million. And when we talk about combos to barrel with, we also need to talk about combos to call. Wow.
Wow.
Timon just sticks it in with King High.
That was a quick call.
King 4 of Diamonds,
That is
unblocking
confident.
heart and clubs, finds the hero.
That is confidence. I have a lot.
Takes the chip lead. Wow.
I actually have a lot to talk about that actually, and these spots, they're very nuanced, but to sort of like give you guys a little bit of insight, I think it came down to pre-flop. Like honestly, we were talking about it before how Troy was switching gears. He previously was doing a lot of limping, which would include a lot of ace-X. And so when Troy does decide to now raise, we can expect, well, maybe it's not actually just strong hands. Maybe Troy does mix in these weaker hands, which we saw exactly with Jack 7, King 5, for example.
Yeah.
So when their turn ace comes and Troy continues to barrel, Timon already is like, I know what you're doing, dude. And it was real, like, and I mentioned, can he sniff it out? Because I think Timon knew exactly what Troy was getting up to. That was a quick call. I think he already knew from the get-go that this guy's messing around. And so very impressed by Timon there.
Yep.
Being able to sniff that one out so quickly with $150,000 on the line as well.
Yeah, insane given the stakes.
So massive props. Now he's the chip leader. 2-1 dog.
Ace 8, 9 as the 7-5 does have gut shot. Queen High, the best hand right now. And that is probably the hero call. Pretty insane pickup there for Timon taking the chip lead. Deuce of Hearts.
For me, it's the speed.
Yeah.
That was insane.
Yeah, he didn't
Like,
even think.
I was
he just
prepared
knew.
for like a 3-minute tank to talk about it, but that's the vibes, bro.
Yeah.
He just felt the vibes.
And ever since there was a lot of tanking that was going on by Timon, money jump.
Okay, yeah.
Massive. I mean, he's totally changed since then. He's barely tanking at all, playing lightning fast. And to be honest, it's making it amazing poker to watch.
Yeah. And he's feeling himself there. Taking down that pot with 7 high.
Quick plug once more. If you guys are watching on Facebook, YouTube, or Twitch, make sure you do what you got to do on Facebook. Make sure you follow the Australian Poker League. Like the video. Want to try and get as many likes as we possibly can on all of our videos here on Facebook. If you could do that for us, it would mean the absolute world. Get poker in front of some more faces. We're at 181. Just need 19 more to cross that 200 mark. If you're watching on YouTube, also like the video. And on Twitch, make sure you are following Play APL on Twitch so that you know whenever we go live. With 4 more days of amazing action, as it looks like Troy is going to find a raise with the Ace 3. Timon, King Jack. Are we potentially going to see a jam here?
Yeah, now the stacks are sort of... It's probably not quite yet there, but it definitely can get to the stage. It's getting close to the stage where Timon can just find some open rips, right? And taking down these pots can be very crucial in this heads-up match where you go from being a chip leader to now being in commanding lead, where even if you do double the opponent, you're still the chip leader. But I don't think this is the spot just yet.
Yeah, looks like he is just going to check it back. Both of these guys with stronger hands than you would otherwise think, given the dynamic of limped pot. Couple queens and a 10 rainbow. Open ender for Timon. Troy still in the lead, however, with a. Also, let us know in the chat who you guys think is going to take this one out. Timon Prill or Troy Sweet. $384,000 for the winner in the first event that has been on the feature table this series that has not had a deal made. These guys are playing for everything here. King of spades on the turn as Timon takes the lead. Troy with only 3 outs. All of them jacks and Timon with one of them as well. Check, check, it goes. River card now.
I think it's a great response from Troy here, because when you do get called on this flop,
3 check.
there has to be some sort of connection from Timon. He's not just calling here with, you know, 9 high or 8 high. So recognizing that he does not need to continue.
I wonder whether or not Troy is going to try and extract value from hands chopping, given he limped this ace pre. Looks like he's reaching deeply, and Timon is never folding this ever.
5 million. 3
Yeah.
call.
And he does
Just
put in the call.
confirming.
Ace highs, no kings. Bit of a nod of the head, tap of the table from Troy, recognizing that he did get the better of him with a trap pre.
I find it hilarious that Timon called quicker with king high.
Yeah,
He did
yeah.
with top pair in this spot.
That's wild. Is getting cement. He is currently at the widest gap that we have seen so far. Battle 89 to 29. The largest stack we've seen at all in this tournament. So
Oftentimes when you have these heads-up matches where the stacks are relatively close, it can go back and forth for a while, and then eventually it will reach a breaking point where things can go very wild, very fast. I have a feeling we're going to be getting to that point soon now that Troy only has 14 big blinds. It's still anyone's game, honestly. Couple flips and the whole strip changes, right? So I think we should be strapped and ready to see what's to come.
well, I think that the blinds are up.
Oh, so it's
So
even.
it's going to make it even shorter. We're going to see those numbers at the top of change. Yep,
Yeah.
12 big blinds, 1.3 to 0.5, given we no longer have use of the 20 chips.
Now we're sort of at that stack depth where we can see some all-in jams, and right on cue.
10 million.
Right on cue, Timon agrees with me. And this adds up. You're playing a big blind ante, and the big blind. Troy needs to find hand and just go, because I have a feeling Timon is going to be putting a lot of pressure on.
Yeah, he slips down to 9.5 bigs. A double wouldn't even things out. Expect to see quite a lot of jamming beginning to happen. How about maybe right now? Troy really thinking this one through.
All in.
In it
7
goes. Triangle requested. Timon out of the way. Jack 9-0.
Jack. He's here to play.
Jack 9-0 for 9 bigs.
I have a feeling we're going to be seeing a lot of all-ins from both players now that the chip distribution is what it is now.
Two players left. 1,477 entrants. The largest Jackstar in history. This prize pool is larger than all of the APL Million main events apart from the last 2 years.
Crazy.
Insane.
That is crazy.
Timon with the ace-10. Wonder if he's going to be setting a trap here, if he's just jamming. Roman Moody, welcome. Thank you for joining us. No deal made. Thank you for the kind words, Tim. I really appreciate it.
It's honestly been so cool to see how Australian poker has grown.
Oh,
post-COVID.
absolutely. Absolutely.
Like every series, year after year, does like obviously APL Millions is sort of stable, but even like your other series, everyone is just growing, and
Yeah.
the whole game is just becoming so much bigger.
It's a bit of a
in
rising
Australia.
tide, right?
Yeah,
Everywhere has been getting larger and larger and larger. Poker is going insane in Australia, and without online,
exactly.
it
Like,
kind of
it's
blows my mind.
very good signs if you are an Australian poker player to be able to play these games at home.
Yeah, and Reva makes a very good point. Craziest part, it was just the day one. And Reva, you make a very good point because I believe this tournament is non-flighted tournament in Australian history. I don't think there has ever been a tournament with just a single day of entries ever gotten over 1,000 entries, let alone 1,477. Crazy, crazy stuff.
7 call.
Limp from Troy with the 7-6. Timon going to see a flop with the Queen 4 offsuit. Troy with 8.5 bigs behind. King 8-6. Rainbow. Check from Timon. Sailendra Shah says, now it's just time to bring online poker back to Australia. I don't think either of us could agree more.
Yeah.
Check, check it goes. Turn is a 5. Open ender and the best hand now for Troy. Timon with 6 outs, any queen, any 7. Amanda says, it won't be long till the APL Millions will need to be at the convention center. Probably agree with that as well.
7 bet. 2.5.
We've seen here that the biggest limiting factor in this series is
the
just
size of the room.
size of the. What a time to be in Australian poker where you're just playing these massive prize
Massive,
pools.
insane prize pools. Troy takes that one down. Dylan Kelly's asking, why is no one railing? Not allowed. Trust me. When there's an all-in, you're going to hear the rail. I promise you. Just behind the dealer, we've got 4 widescreen TVs that are displaying on 2 of them clocks for the tournament, but on the middle 2, cameras of what's happening at this table. And they are seeing it all in real time with obvious cards. So anytime there's any action, all of the people that are sitting there railing are up and bouncing. And I think you're going to hear them any moment because these guys are very short. And no doubt we're going to have an all-in confrontation. Timon with the Jack 4 suited. Maybe considering jamming this for 10. Does jam. Troy's going to be snapping.
5 million.
No, he makes it 5. So min raise here. And it's interesting because Troy is always jamming this. Do you think Timon ever calls?
I don't think so.
No, he
I
decides
think,
to go.
Yeah, he's raised pre-flop. Definitely the intention was to either take it down or go to the flop, but against the raise, an all-in jam, yeah, Ben.
Quick shout out to Liam Murray saying, I heard whilst the stream was muted. I'm 68 kilometers away. 34 million for Troy. He's gotten himself back up to 14 bigs. He was as low as 7. So good little spin. A full double for him would be a gigantic shift in momentum. Oh, and this might be it. I wonder if we'll ever see him limp these nuts.
I would love to see that, especially against Timon and
Oh,
sort
wow.
of history that these guys have been going through where Troy does have that limping range. This is where that limping range comes in advantage.
This is setting it up to spike it down, the plan.
And from Timon's perspective, yeah, we'll take King 6.
Yeah, Timon knows
Goes
that
on.
he's right. King 6 against the pocket 9, 70 million chip pot. And there's that rail we were talking about. Hold is the request.
We have pocket 9s with Troy at risk against Timon's King 6-0.
And let's see what happens here. Troy to take the lead back. Timon for the win. How about top boat?
I think he'll take that.
I think top boat is going to win that one as the 9 double deuce board. Timon is going to be sending 35 million chips in one direction, and he's going to have to try and claw them back.
10, 20,
They're all the same.
yeah, 22, 30, 31, 32, 33, 33, 6, 33, 8, 33, 9.
Looks like the counts were ever so slightly out. It was 33-9.
33.9.
Point eight, I think. Point eight.
Yeah, 8. Sorry. I counted 33, 8. Yeah.
33.9?
And now, time to see how this one ends up.
Yeah, I just counted.
Plenty of people cheering Troy on in the Facebook chat. Lots of fans. Are we about to see the brothers both coming away with a major trophy?
Sick.
It would be quite the story. Kiwi say, I've never felt so happy and more excited when somebody win a hand like this. Troy have been playing so well. Definitely has. He really hasn't kind of set a foot wrong, has he, the entire time on this final table? I think there was one jam where he got caught with 9-7 where he ran into King Queen maybe, but that was about it.
Yeah, it's been very calculated.
It doesn't really, it's not
Very
really fair,
precise.
to be fair. He's got 2 brains he has access to. Clairvoyant with Jack,
Yeah.
obviously.
I like Timon. She's my dealer.
And now it's Timon's turn to try and claw some money back. 48 million plays 70.
Threefold.
Timon snap folding the 10 deuce. It's interesting. Troy probably would have limped that one, right?
This is where those style differences
Yeah.
come to play. I think Troy is definitely just a little bit more well versed in this sort of dynamic, and I think it's adding up. Obviously, we've seen like a whole bunch of all-ins and whatnot, but every chip matters
Yep.
in this spot. And just folding there, like I know 10 deuce is not the most prettiest hand, but going back to that dynamic and having that limping range, take advantage of being in position. When one player doesn't take advantage of that.
Wow, another interesting one here. 7s for Troy. Queen 9 suited. I wonder if this is another spot where if Troy limps, Timon will put it in.
I would expect Troy to find some open jams here. He chooses not to.
Looks like he's just going to keep limping. Timon with the Queen 9 suited. Wow, decides to check. It looks like he's thinking that he doesn't want to run into it again.
Yeah, 7
He
fold.
would have.
Maybe a bit of PTSD.
Post-traumatic top set disorder is another set
Three check.
here.
Wow.
King 7-5 as it's all coming up very sweet right now.
I see what you did there.
Check from Timon with no backdoors, no backdoor straight draws, flush draws, nothing. Just going to have to fold against this bet.
Yeah, unfortunately for Troy, Timon hasn't really hit this board, but he still hasn't folded just yet.
Quick message for you from Rob Pollock, which says, loving the commentary and I've signed up 33 poker tips. Will there be 33 fitness tips as well?
Oh, maybe that's something I need to consider, actually. I mean,
Poker meets fitness.
yeah,
right?
that is true. That is definitely something. Maybe I'll keep that in the book for next time. For now, there is 33 days worth of free poker advice.
Ace of hearts on the turn. Is Troy the only player with a heart? Obviously, that flush draw completing is never comfortable, but if there's any place to feel more comfortable about it, it's heads up,
Heads
28
up.
effective.
Exactly. Yeah.
Or 20 effective, should I say. Expect to see a second shell, probably around half pot. Looks like he fires out a touch more, 8 million.
I like that size from Troy, recognizing that he can't just put all the money in just yet, but also recognizing that Timon will have some ace-x that does float and can get value despite the flush draw completing. So good size there from Troy, but of course Timon with queen high is not going to continue.
Three call. Three call. 7 check.
9-5 queen jack.
7 check.
Jack 9 deuce as both of these guys with a pair. Are we going to see a confrontation? Timon reaching.
Seems to just be going Troy's way, huh?
Firing 3.5 milli.
3.5.
This is actually a cooler in heads-up play.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
Travis T is waiting for poker, meets, fitness, where we all play poker, do exercise, and then go out for a...
Ah, I do love a barbecue.
Barbecue's amazing.
Yeah, it is amazing.
Barbecue's unbelievable.
I might take you up on that offer,
Yeah.
Trav. That sounds like a great idea.
In goes the raise to 10 million from Troy. Middle pair.
He rips it.
All in, call, 9-5 queen jack, and this could be it. Timon needs to locate a 9 or a 5 on the river to stay in this one, or Troy Sweet is going to be your Jackstar champion. Let's see the turn and the river cards here.
Turn is a 4 of spades.
4 of spades kills more outs. The river card is another 4, and GG it is. Troy Sweet is your Jackstar Super High Roller champion, taking home $384,000. GG's as well to Timon Prill, finishing in second position, winning $237,130. And that will be us for the night. Nelson, thank you for joining me. Any last minute plugs you want to...
Oh, thank you for having me. It's been an absolute privilege to be on this this stream. This is the first time me actually doing this, so it's been crazy good.
A natural.
Appreciate this. Plugs, I guess, just follow me on Poker Meets Fitness. You want free poker advice, DM me 33 and you get 33 days worth of free poker advice. Easy as that.
Amazing stuff. My name's Jordan Bromley at Jordan Bromley Poker. Thank you so much for watching, everybody. If you're watching on Facebook, make sure you like the Australian Poker League and like the video. Watching on YouTube, ensure you subscribe to Play APL. On Twitch, the same. Follow the Play APL Twitch page. On behalf of Joel Williams, Brendan Hardy, my name's Jordan Bromley. Thank you so much for being here, and we will see you of the main event. Have a great night.